Mayor Holliday and Board President Okenda, you have the floor.
Oh, I thought we were going to hear from Miss Desada, but okay.
We did. She did the translation for us. So
Okay. We're not. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, I'll turn it right back over to you, Ms. Rodriguez, to take the roll call for the Hayward Unified School Board for the trustees.
Thank you. Trustee Chaparro.
Present.
Trustee Prada.
Present.
Board Clerk Buffete.
Here.
Vice President Rowden.
Here.
Board President Dr. Okenda.
Present.
And Superintendent Dr. Wayne.
Present.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask our city clerk, Miriam Lenz, to please call the roll of the city council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Present.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Salinas.
Present.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Here and ready to go.
Thank you. Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you. All 7 members present. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the land acknowledgement, and I will ask our HUSD Board Trustee Chaparro to please lead us in the land acknowledgement. And Ms. Rodriguez, do we have it prepared to pull on screen so we can all read along?
Yes, I can do that. One moment, please.
City Council, do you mind if I change some of this language to include you in our statement?
No, please go ahead. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
we would all appreciate that.
Appreciate that. Didn't want to do it without your okay. Jenna, is it up already or? Okay, I'm waiting on that.
One moment.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. The Hayward Unified School District School Board and the City Council of the City of Hayward respectfully acknowledge the original peoples of the lands on which our campuses and our city buildings are built. For thousands of years and hundreds of generations, the Chochenyo people actively stewarded these lands to ensure they provided for all living things. The land in which our spaces are established were and continue to be of significance to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Today, we acknowledge the impact that colonization had on the Chochenyo Muwekma nation and recognize our responsibility to help them heal from this history and secure a sustainable future.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure that we share those sentiments at the city. So I'm going to just talk about public comments, which we will be having shortly after we go through some other things. But because this is a special meeting, the public comment sections provide an opportunity to address the joint agencies on items listed on the agenda only for this meeting. The joint agencies welcome your comments and request that speakers present their remarks in a respectful manner within the established time limits of, I think at this point, we're probably setting that at 2 minutes per speaker, and focus on the issues which relate to items on the agenda tonight, which directly affect the agencies or are within the jurisdiction of the agencies. As the joint agencies are prohibited by state law from discussing items not listed on the agenda, your item will be taken under consideration and may be referred to staff. public comments will occur immediately following some upcoming staff presentations. And we're going to initially limit the time period for public comments to 30 minutes. I expect that they will be starting around 7:30 p.m. Or possibly a little sooner. And if there are additional public comments that cannot be made within that 30-minute period, we will hear those at the end of the meeting around 9 p.m. And so with that, I just want to say before we get to those staff presentations I mentioned, just note that tonight's joint meeting is in a somewhat different format of each of our respective bodies' normal meetings, as you probably have already seen, but and it will you will see as we go along. But I know all of us at the City Council, and I'm sure, and I understand from Dr. Akenda from the school board too, we all hope that the discussions that we're going to be having tonight will lead to some strategies for how we can work together to address some very key issues facing all of us in terms of the health and well-being of our young people, for which I do believe the school district and the city share some responsibility and truly care about. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Akenda.
Thank you. And just want to thank everyone for your willingness to meet tonight to discuss these topics. There are three basic categories that we're going to be looking at. The first is related to equity and anti-racism. And when we go into our separate rooms later, the team who will be working on that topic will be Francisco Zermenio, Angela Andrews, Gabriel Chaparro, and myself. The next category or area will be related to social emotional learning and mental health. And that will be Sarah Lamnan, Elisa Marquez, Sarah Prada, and Ken Rowden. And then the last team that will meet, they will discuss literacy and academic support. That will be Peter Buffette, Mayor Halliday, Mark Salinas, and Aisha Wahab. And so given that, I will now turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Matt Wayne, and our city manager, Kelly McAdoo, who will be presenting along with their staff an overview of each of those topic areas.
Thank you, Dr. Kenda. Thank you, Mayor Halliday. Good evening, City Council members and board trustees, and to the public. Excited to be here for this joint workshop session of the City of Hayward and the Hayward Unified School District. And if you go to the next slide, really appreciate Dr. Kenda, Mayor Halliday, and you all supporting us taking this workshop approach to the meeting this evening. Together, the City of Hayward and the Hayward Unified School District has really strengthened its collaboration over the years. City Manager Ms. McAdoo and I speak frequently, and members of our staff are always collaborating on different projects, as well as issues that come up in the city and in our schools. And so to have a more collaborative conversation is something that we're looking forward to tonight on three topics of huge significance to each organization. And this is our efforts to create an equitable school district and city, one where, as we say, there's no room for racism. How we're paying attention to the social emotional learning of our students and the mental health of our students, our staff, and our community here in Hayward. And then a fundamental skill for any community to be successful, and that is literacy. And these are areas where we have done work together and are excited to share what we've done, as well as talk about possibilities of where we may go. And so what we're going to do is on each area, we're going to have a staff presentation, and then we'll pause and have 5 minutes of clarifying questions that anybody could ask, because not everybody will be in the small group. This is just to clarify, to learn a little bit more about what we shared. Then after each of the presentations on these topics, after all of them are completed, we'll have our public comments, and then we'll get into the small group discussion, and we'll talk a bit later about how the public can access that. Then we'll have a short share out, and then it'll be an opportunity for City Council and board comments on both the discussion they had or any of the topics we've addressed this evening. So with that, before getting started, we did think it'd be helpful just to think about how we're approaching this meeting. And so City Manager Kelly McAdoo is going to offer some agreements we thought might be helpful.
you, Superintendent Wayne, and I'm very pleased to be here this evening. And again, just hopeful that our collaborative efforts here will really help the district and the city identify some additional areas under each of these topics where we can maybe create some new initiatives or some new partnerships moving forward. And so that was the goal of the workshop. So for the next, if you can move to the next slide. Given that we're in a little bit of a different format here, as staff and the facilitators and Dr. Akenda and Halliday, we really sort of wanted to ask the City Council and board members to think about the following agreements as we enter into the discussion tonight. And these are ones that we at the staff level use a lot of times when we're talking about sometimes topics that can cause a lot of emotional response or where people have strong feelings. And so I think it's really important that we try to agree to these so that we can have a really productive conversation this evening. So the first is to step up and step back. So a lot of us, I think all of us have strong voices as a part of these conversations. Otherwise, you wouldn't be elected officials, and Matt and I wouldn't be in the leadership roles that we're in. But knowing when to step back from making comments and ask other members who might not have spoken up yet what their thoughts and ideas might be. So leaving space for everyone to have a conversation. The second is to have grace with each other and to acknowledge where we have done a lot of hard work on things. So that might look like, thank you for your hard work on X. And so really understanding and where we have done a lot of really good work, either individually as agencies or collaboratively. And then the third is to take an inquiry stance and ask questions. Oftentimes when we make assumptions, it leads to hard feelings. So let's start from I'm curious about, let's ask a question first before making assumptions as we go into a topic. And then really honoring multiple perspectives. And I think this is really what a lot of we've already done in the meeting through, talking about equity, talking about land acknowledgement. There's hundreds of different perspectives that people bring to this conversation. And we really want to honor each and every one of those. And then lastly, obviously respecting the time allocation, particularly the clarifying questions after the staff presentations. There will be time at the end of the agenda for board and council comments. So really at the end of each of the staff questions to very specific if there's a clarification or some piece of information that isn't clear in the staff presentation before we go into the small breakout rooms. So with that, I think I am introducing the first presentation. Is that correct, Superintendent Wayne?
Yes, thank you for sharing.
Yes. Okay. So we'll next slide, and then we'll turn it over to three outstanding professionals who've been leading work efforts in the city and in the school district on equity and anti-racism. Dr. Candice Cofield with the school district, Laurel James, who works in the city manager's office as a management analyst, and Shane Saphir, who is a consultant that actually both the school district and the city have been utilizing on these topics. So I will turn it over to that team to share their presentation.
Thank you, Kelly. City Manager McAdoo. As City Manager McAdoo mentioned, my name is Laurel James, and I'm a management analyst in the Office of the City Manager, supporting the coordination of the city's racial equity work and a member of the city's Government Alliance on Race and Equity team. I'd like to kick off our presentation by advancing to the next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the diversity, equity, and inclusion work in the city of Hayward, how it's evolved, the work that we've been doing within the city, both some recent accomplishments, some ongoing projects, and what's next in our work to advance racial equity. So Hayward is an incredibly diverse community by any measure, and over time, the city's commitment to that community has evolved. Next, please. In the 2040 General Plan adopted in 2014, we acknowledged and recognized Hayward's diversity. In the 2017 Commitment for an Inclusive, Equitable, and Compassionate Community, developed by a task force of community members who envisioned Hayward as a community of inclusive growth and opportunity, we envisioned a future for Hayward. Our community members envisioned a future for Hayward and steps to increase the inclusiveness, equity, and equity in our city's work. And more recently, the City Council's strategic roadmap has prioritized racial equity and diversity, equity, and inclusion work as integral to the continued health of our city. Next slide, please. Thank you. In 2019, at the recommendation of Community Task Force member Sheila Burks, the City of Hayward joined the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, a national network and community of practice of governments and their employees working to achieve racial equity and advanced opportunities for all. An interdepartmental team of city staff enrolled in GARE's year-long racial equity curriculum to better understand government's role in the creation, perpetuation, and dismantling of racial inequities, and learn how to apply a racial equity lens to projects, programs, and policies in our city. A second team completed the same curriculum in 2020, and those two teams make up the city's current Government Alliance on Race and Equity team. Next slide, please. One of the results of this participation was the development of a racial equity action plan presented to City Council in May of 2020 that envisioned a future in which all people in Hayward are happy, healthy, and safe, and race is not a defining factor in the course of one's life events. The plan focused on fostering and supporting organizational change efforts to support continued growth of racial equity work and learning within the city, identifying and addressing disparities in hiring, retention, and promotion, and analyzing the city's service provision to make changes necessary to advance racial equity in our community. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see some select recent accomplishments, a list of the city's work to center and advance racial equity. I'd like to highlight two projects in particular. The Let's House Hayward strategic plan to address homelessness, adopted in July, incorporated a racial equity analysis in the development and prioritization of strategies to reduce homelessness, acknowledging the structural racial inequities in housing access and affordability in our community. And in response to community yes.
Sorry, could you maybe just slow down a little bit? The interpreter is having trouble keeping up. So we'll
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Thank you for letting me know.
Absolutely.
I do talk quickly. Happy to slow down for that. I also would like to highlight our community conversations on public safety and the Public Safety Policy Innovation Workshop that occurred earlier this year. In response to community concerns following the murder of George Floyd, the city conducted a series of community conversations and a survey on community public safety that elicited the opinions of over 1,500 community members as a foundation for the Public Safety Policy Innovation Workshop, which brought community members and city staff together to recommend pilot projects to address the concerns raised in our community's feedback. These pilot projects are currently in the first phase of implementation and testing. Next slide, please. We've included here a list of some ongoing work that the city is undertaking to incorporate a racial equity lens in many major projects throughout the city. Here, I'd like to highlight the update to the housing element of the general plan, which will guide housing development and building over the next 7 to 8 years. Again, that incorporates an acknowledgement of the structural racial inequities in housing access and affordability, and centers those in our community most impacted by those structural barriers. I'd also like to highlight the city's work on the digital divide. In the COVID-19 pandemic, our city staff, including IT and the library, partnered with HUSD to help provide supplemental services to students and families who needed access to the internet in order for their children to learn. In this digital divide work, we're identifying opportunities to deepen that partnership with HUSD and to leverage the city's resources to serve those who aren't part of families with school-age children, or to serve the adults in those families. I also want to acknowledge our continued work with Zafir and Associates to support racial equity and DEI work, which we'll touch on later. Next slide, please. And finally, I'd like to highlight the next steps for the city, which are continuing to expand staff racial equity and implicit bias training, as well as racial equity and implicit bias training for boards and commissions. We also plan to hold learning sessions for City Council to deepen our shared learning around racial equity. And there'll be continued implementation of the projects on the previous pages, including the public safety and strategic roadmap projects. We'll also continue to create organizational capacity, including more robust data collection and analysis, and policies that support racial equity work. Additionally, as in this meeting, we'll continue to expand our partnerships with the community and other local agencies. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Candice Cofield, Administrator of Equity and Anti-Racism at HUSD, to discuss the amazing work she and her colleagues are doing to transform Hayward schools.
Thank you, Ms. James. Thank you all for the introduction. Very happy to be here and kind of share some of the work that we're doing to focus on equity, anti-bias, and anti-racism in our school district. Next slide, please. So we've already had a strategic plan that outlines our mission and our vision for the types of students we hope to support that graduate out of our schools, grounded on our core values here of equity, well-supported staff, integrated partnerships, collaborative leadership, data-informed decisions. But the policy that I help coordinate implementation around is really grounded in our core value of equity. Next slide, please. So this is our commitment that drives the work that I help coordinate, which is our commitment to equity and anti-racism, anti-bias, which we refer to internally as ABAR, equity and ABAR. So what you see before you is our digital version of just the synopsis of our commitment to equity and ABAR. So we want to make sure that as a district, we're doing everything possible to make sure we understand how inequities show up, how they are manifested in our system, but more importantly, what we can all do to interrupt those things. We want to make sure we have shared language, shared understanding, and really look at the ways that we're doing things to make sure that we're making the changes we're looking for. So we want to make sure we're rejecting all forms of racism, as you can see there, because we know that's destructive to our core value of equity. Next slide, please. So as with anything that's important in the world of equity and ABAR, we know we have to kind of start with the self. So one of our big initiatives in launching our implementation has been around professional development. So last year and continuing this year, we're providing mandatory district-wide professional development on ABAR in a Made in Hayward approach. So what that means is we're making sure that internally we're using our staff expertise and collaboration to design and train around this PD. And we definitely want to make sure we're doing this in a safe space that includes some opportunity for reflection, and some courageous conversations. Next slide. So when we focus on our students, we want to make sure that they have the same opportunities that we have, but that's in a way that's appropriate for them. So we want to make sure that we are having more students say what this one student who participated in our SLAM program said, which is, I feel more comfortable now talking about racism or bias. So SLAM is our Student Leadership Anti-Racism Movement program. It's designed by Dr. Laurier Watson from Racework, who comes out of the tradition of courageous conversations in Pacific Education Group. Next slide. So when we talk about partnering with our families and focusing on our families, we're making sure that we actually talk with our families, ask them, what do they want to see? Knowing that we're focused on equity and ABAR, knowing that this is a long-term commitment, what would they like to see? What would they expect? And where would they like to partner with us? So we've issued a lot of surveys. We've talked directly with parents, and we're using what they have to say to move our work forward. We also make sure that we have coordination of services teams throughout our district, where we're making sure that our students and our families have access to our community groups and services that they need that are non-academic. Next slide, please. So one of the ways that we're also implementing our work is, as Laurel said, partnering with consultants like Shane Saphir, and she's going to introduce herself and also talk about some of the work that she's doing that's a part of our effort focused on equity and ABAR in the school district.
Thank you, Dr. Cofield. Good evening, trustees and council members, district and city leaders. I'm truly honored to be invited to join this joint workshop. And I think at the top, I just want to acknowledge what a historic moment we're in with respect to working toward racial equity and justice. And what a unique opportunity it is and courageous moment for you all to come together as a city and a district and try to figure out how to have collective impact around these issues. I have the privilege to work across the country and in Canada with many, many districts. And it's the first time that I've seen this kind of effort and collaboration. So again, I'm just honored and feel quite humbled to be a part of this. I'm a former high school teacher and principal who started my career in San Francisco, not far from here, and Oakland. And I'm also the partner of a teacher who immigrated to Hayward in, I think, 3rd or 4th grade and attended John Muir, Winton, and Sunset before it was closed, and then Mount Eden, and was raised in Hayward. So we have a lot of family love for this city and a real commitment to continuing to build upon all its amazing strengths. And in addition to my history as an educator, I've been doing this work as a consultant, as a professional learning facilitator, and a coach for about the last decade. I've written a couple books that we use in the work I do with the district and sometimes with the city, The Listening Leader and Street Data. And I'm often joined by my amazing colleagues, Dr. Jamila Dugan on the upper left and Alcine Mumby. Jamila is traveling in Tanzania right now. Alcine's on the East Coast time. But they've been incredible assets to the work and just offer a lot in the work that we do with both partners. Can you go to the next slide, please, Ms. Rodriguez? So one of the things I wanted to highlight is just how much this work is targeting the classroom and the student lived experience. And so one aspect of our now 4-year partnership with the school district is what we call equity pilot schools. And we're in year 2 of working with 4 elementary schools. 1 dual immersion school, 1 bilingual school, but 4 schools that are committed to being on the vanguard of this anti-racist practice and pedagogy in their schools, and that are leaning in to figure out how to innovate their teaching and learning practices to make sure that every child is thriving. One thing I can highlight from the pilot school work that's really exciting is Treeview Elementary is building their first ever graduate profile. I get to coach the principal there. And it's really, I think, going to be quite a powerful framework for what it means to graduate as a 6th grader from this school, and something that Dr. Davies and I have been talking about. What would it look like to build a similar kind of framework at a 12th grade level for the district? This work is just so exciting because it's very local, it's very contextual, and it's very student and teacher centered. Can you go to the next slide, please? One artifact of the classroom facing work is this anti-racist pedagogy tool. And this came directly out of conversations with the pilot schools. So we used a Padlet, if folks are familiar with that technology, and then built a sort of definition, a framework for what does it begin with, what does it look like, sound like, and feel like to build a classroom that is profoundly anti-racist and inclusive. And not only did we build this school, but we help teachers think about how do I use this tool to analyze my lessons, to analyze my, what's happening in the classroom next to me. And we actually began to capture videos of Hayward Unified School District classrooms, including one beautiful video of a bilingual kinder classroom where teachers got to use this tool to think about what's happening in this classroom moment by moment. And so this is just to give you a flavor of how kind of practice-based the work is. It's not all kind of theory. It's really a merging or a unification of theory and practice. If you could go to the next slide, I'd be grateful. And so just to end, I'm going to say a couple things about the areas of intersection, the middle of that Venn diagram between the city work and the district work, which I feel so honored to get to partner on both fronts. We are in both of these arenas working toward a strong community engagement ethos, really having the community help to shape the work. A real focus on leadership capacity building, and not just executive leadership, but what some folks call leadership from the middle. So really building, for example, the GARE cohort's capacity to lead and shape an anti-racist agenda. Literacy, which you'll hear more about in a minute, and then what we call a street data orientation. So being able to think about data not just in terms of quantitative metrics, but thinking about the qualitative, the lived stories and narratives and experiences on the ground of Hayward residents and students and families. And so to highlight a couple things from this slide, the District Advisory Council process is where I got to help Dr. Wayne lead the process that shaped the strategic plan, but it's also where I met Mayor Holliday and City Manager McAdoo and began that partnership as well. And that was just an extraordinary process. I mean, the level of authentic community engagement, I haven't really experienced that in other places in my career, where over 40 folks came together to kind of calibrate, collaborate, and shape this vision for the school district. The listening sessions my team has been able to do with the executive team of the city and the powerful, as well as joint retreats between GARE, kind of middle management, and executive leadership of the city. The focus on literacy in both arenas, right? The bilingual pilot schools, the Bookmobile work that Genti's leading, which is so beautiful, And then I'll close with highlighting these strategic roadmap projects that Alcine and Jamila and I have been coaching E-team members to develop. Just 4 examples of how this racial equity lens is starting to penetrate the work in very real and operational ways. So one example is integrating a racial equity lens into the city's microenterprise grant assistance program. We're coaching one of the leaders around that. Developing an equity and inclusion task force that's aimed at building awareness, leading difficult conversations, and supporting policy change in the fire department. Super important. Applying a racial equity lens again to the Bookmobile, and finally, designing a more racially equitable capital improvement approach. So it's really powerful work. It's boots on the ground, it's integrated, and I'll say just in closing, it's emergent, right? None of this is like, you can't script the outcome. It requires a lot of courageous leadership, and it makes me feel quite honored to be a partner with both institutions, both arenas, and figuring out how we move forward. I'll close there. Thank you.
Thank you, all 3 of you. And I think just to help sort of move the process along, Dr. Wayne and I have been tasked by the board president and the mayor to facilitate the Q&A period. So if any board members or council members have questions, clarifying questions, please raise your hand and we will acknowledge you. And if there's any clarifying questions at this point on the presentation. Councilmember Wahab. And you're muted. Yeah, there you go.
Yes,
Great.
thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I did want to ask if you guys were able to talk a little bit about some of the efforts of all of this during COVID.
I could speak to that a little bit in terms of like the professional development we've been having in our school district. We've done it all through the Zoom. And so that in and of itself, we definitely appreciated support from Shane and Saphir and Associates in terms of helping to make sure that we take that into account, that, you know, being in person is totally different than having your professional development through the screen. So that definitely was a challenge, but proud to say we were able to have some good results despite that barrier.
Okay. And we've had some incidents that have come up where, you know, I'll be honest, our public information officer for the police department, Officer Fovell, kind of, you know, we were chatting just this past week, and very insightful. Has the relationship with RPD and some of the instances that have happened and taken place in the last week or so improved, and what are the benefits there?
You know, I think, you know, the superintendent and I, we've learned some lessons about the response to those incidents on the campus. I think he and I were communicating throughout the day when those incidents were occurring. But I think there's definitely, we need, you know, some lessons learned there and some debrief that probably will need to happen. But I think overall, the coordination went really well, a lot of cooperation between the 2 agencies in the actual response.
Awesome. No, I really appreciate that. I'd also like to say with, you know, I'm just going to bring up with the refugee crisis and so forth, and with so many people coming to the Bay Area, what are we doing to kind of expand that scope of focusing on students that are, let's say, not speaking one of the dominant languages in our city, that have a lack of translation services and so forth? Any plans for that?
Yeah, so we have a newcomer coordinator who works with newcomers from all different places and all different languages, and particularly focused on unaccompanied minors as well. And so we do, if we don't have staff in-house who can provide translation services, for example, we do work with an agency that can translate in multiple languages, but we're, you know, any student who comes, we're committed to welcoming them and supporting them and letting them know right off the bat that they're going to be made in Hayward.
Okay. And we're specifically talking about languages like Pashto and Dari, which is not easily accessible, correct?
Correct. That's why we work with an agency, because we have staff that do know various languages, but we have the agency to help out if there's some that some of our staff don't know.
And this includes mental health support services for individuals that are coming new arrivals and trying to assimilate or settle in this area. Have we been thinking about that, planning for that, anything?
Yes, and we'll hear some of that for the mental health presentation, and so we'll hear that presentation before sharing more on that. And I see a few more hands as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I think Councilmember Zermeño's hand is up next.
Yes, thank you. Be careful with translations that you don't use Google Translate, please. It doesn't know Spanish. I'm thinking of the Hayward Youth Commission, and that it's a very diverse group, one where we actually go out and recruit students who normally do not become involved in any of these activities. So I'm interested in finding out if there are any programs within HUSD where there's actual recruitment efforts. I know there's a Rotaract over in Tennyson. Are there other programs of that nature where we're actually going one-on-one? Hey, why aren't you involved? Kind of deals with equity, kind of deals with anti-profiling, where all of a sudden Latinos cannot make good leaders because they're too shy or too humble. And I've seen them in action at the Hayward Youth Commission. I've seen them in action in Rotaract, where they actually make presentations at Rotary. So I am interested in finding out if there are any programs out there within HUSD.
So Councilmember Zermeño, just to manage time, and we said we would keep this to 5 minutes.
Yes,
what we can do is, I think the superintendent and I can take note of these questions and provide follow-up information, just if there's specific programs, just so we don't take up more time to respond to that right now. And then that way we can be a little more comprehensive in our responses as well.
That's my expectation, to get a list eventually.
Great.
Thank
you.
you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. Thank you to everyone. I really appreciate the information provided thus far. Just wanted to know, in terms of meeting the needs of our Hayward families, do we have social workers within the school district, or how are people actually being connected to services?
So this is actually a good segue, because we are going to move to mental health and social services next. So why don't we, in response to that one, do we want to go ahead and move to the next presentation? And I think that'll hopefully answer some of your questions, Councilmember Marquez. Superintendent, do you want to introduce this one?
Sure, if we can get the presentation back up. And yeah, this is an area where there's been a long history of collaboration with the Youth and Family Services Bureau. And so I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Emily Young, who leads the Youth and Family Services Bureau in the city, and Ms. Chinwu Fernandez, Associate Superintendent of Student and Family Services. And I do want to say, like I said, there's been a relationship there with YFSB, and then just in reference to Councilmember Wahab's question earlier, a strong relationship with HPD as well. And I think, that relationship continues as we address challenges as a community. And so regardless of decisions, the district has made regarding what it looks like at our school site, I think the experiences of the last 2 weeks show we're still working together to make sure students, staff, and our community are safe. And so with that, there's so many challenging mental health issues that have emerged just in the past year and a half, let alone everything we deal with. I'm pleased to introduce Chinwu Fernandez and Dr. Emily Young to share about that. If you want to go back up some of the slides, they're on probably slide 20.
'23 is where it looks like it starts.
Yeah, and then if you just want to go in presentation mode.
All right, thank you very much. As Dr. Wayne said, I'm Emily Young. I'm the administrator of our Youth and Family Services Bureau for the city, and I'm going to be presenting with Chinwu Fernandez, the District Assistant Superintendent of Student and Family Services, and she and I worked on the presentation together, so we're going to go back and forth between us as we go over the slides, but we laid it out in a way that we hope is the most cohesive way to present the information. So to kick it off, if we could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to start by highlighting some of the work that we do at the city to support the mental health needs of youth and families in Hayward. At the Youth and Family Services Bureau, we operate from the overarching belief that really the best way to support healthy schools and communities is keep kids and families positively connected and engaged to things that are going to encourage their success, such as school, and remove barriers to the success, such as treating underlying mental health problems when they exist. Our services are designed as an alternative to traditional approaches to youth who are demonstrating behavior problems or struggling with mental health challenges. And so under the umbrella of YFSB, we provide many different services that you see there on your screen. Just in summary, we offer family counseling for Hayward youth and families, school-based services, which we'll talk about in a little bit more detail later. We provide a fair amount of crisis intervention. We'll talk about the school response later, but we also provide 24/7 response in the community with first responders when terrible events happen. We do life skills training. We partner with law enforcement to divert youth from the juvenile justice system, both pre-arrest and post-arrest. We do restorative practices in the schools, as well as restorative justice groups for youth who are in custody at Juvenile Hall and Camp Sweeney. And we provide the Junior Giant Summer Baseball program, as well as other recreational programs. Next slide, please. And at YFSB, there's really no wrong door for services. Our referrals come from many different places, which is the chart that you see there. And our services are open to all Hayward youth and families, regardless of insurance or immigration status, at no cost. Next slide, please. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Chin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chin Fernandez, Associate Superintendent of Student Family Services for Hayward. So just to continue the presentation, can you go back one slide for me, Jenna? Thank you. As Shane mentioned earlier, much of our work is grounded in the strategic plan that was developed with the community. And one of the major focus area of the strategic plan is actually around relationships in our schools. And in Hayward, we lifted up the priority of increasing student access to social and emotional support as one of our main methods of increasing relationships and creating positive relationships both in school and with our community. In Hayward, we are hoping to achieve that in two different ways. One is for the development of programming around social emotional learning, and the other is looking at the increase in access for students around mental health supports. Next slide, please. So in terms of our work around social emotional learning, we have a 3-year strategic plan that was just approved by the board, which informs our practices going forward. And what that really means is looking at how we as an organization can support the development of competencies and skills in our young people and our staff and our community in order for us to all thrive as community, as individuals. So some of those skills include the managing of our emotions and making responsible decisions, being part of the community, and looking at how we can establish a supportive community and partnership and relationships in our schools to build that sense of community and relationship that we're looking for. Next slide.
So YFSB does several things at the district level to support the goals that Chin was just discussing, namely promoting social emotional learning and aligning services to create relationship-centered schools. We participate as part of the Social Emotional Wellness Leadership Team, which is a collaboration between the school district, the county, and the city. And to give you a sense of what that work looks like, I want to share how we work together to respond to the challenges of 2020. Realizing that obviously this was an incredibly difficult year for both students and families, but also the school staff, we identified 3 areas to focus on for initiatives that could be implemented across district schools. First, using restorative practices, we focused on creating community. With distance learning in place, I think many felt isolated and alone, which was particularly difficult given the stress and anxiety that many people are experiencing. So the image that you see on the screen is actually a Zoom professional development workshop hosted by YFSB to develop HUSD's internal capacity to circles to create connection and community in the classroom. Second, we supported staff wellness and self-care, helping teachers take care of themselves so that they could continue to take care of the students. And lastly, we bolstered pathways to connect those who needed them to specific mental health services. Next slide, please.
In terms of mental health support for our families and for our students, we have a system called the Coordination of Services Team, which was mentioned earlier, what we like to refer as the COSS team. So we created a structure in our schools where if a student is in need of support, that we actually collectively as a community come together and look at what the needs of the students are and make sure that we're matching the needs of the student to the service that would most likely support the students and overcoming the barrier that they're experiencing. So the COSS team meets together on a regular basis. I think Councilmember Marquez talked about, do we have any connections to the families? We do not have social workers in Hayward Unify. However, we have family engagement specialists who are part of this conversation so that they have connections with the family and can support the students' transition as we triage them to service. And I believe Councilmember Mahab also asked about language accessibility, and in the conversation with COSS, we also take into that consideration as students are trying to access support services. What's the best match for that family and for that student, which considers multiple things, including the language accessibility that's needed to make sure that the match is a successful one. Next slide, please. The next slide simply really highlights the partners that we work with. So this is not certainly not an effort that Emily and I are lifting alone, but we are counting on lots of partners who are in our communities to support us in the work of creating mental health access for our students. And some of those communities, agencies are what you see here. And those are just examples. So Alameda County Healthcare Services, the City of Hayward, meaning YFSB, and in La Familia are some examples of partners that we work with who come to our COSS meeting and also are partners for us to be able to triage families to care if we don't have the resources in-house to be able to take care of the needs. Next slide, please, Jenna. Here are some examples of what we do have in our schools to serve our students. And so currently, these clinicians and mental health providers are on our school sites. So we refer to them as school-based clinicians, serving our students and counselors serving our students around specifically the mental health needs of our students. Our board made a move this year because we do value the mental health of our students. Our board increased our school-based counselors who are serving our students to address their mental health needs. We had 7 counselors, and this year we're increasing that capacity to 21 counselors because we know now more than ever the needs of our students around mental health is something that should be prioritized if we want them to be successful in our schools and feel safe and included in our schools. Next slide, Jenna.
So as Chin mentioned, YFSB is one part or one partner of the district's overarching strategy for providing these services on school sites, but I want to talk a little bit about the specific site-based work that we do. We have clinicians who are providing direct services at 10 sites. We participate at cost meetings for all the middle and high schools. And rather than focus on a small amount of work with individual students, we really try and maximize the impact of what we're able to provide by focusing on school climate, whole school initiatives that support the social emotional needs of all students. So we do this by focusing on interventions that have a broader impact and creating a welcoming environment that supports all students, as well as doing a pretty significant amount of mental health consultation with teachers to help them appropriately respond to the mental health needs of their students. Because we find that if we can provide great service with a caseload of clients, but we can really maximize, we can be sort of a force multiplier. If we help all teachers appropriately respond to the mental health needs of students, we can have such a greater impact with our limited resources. And we have flexible funding, so we're able to provide what's needed, and we're not limited by Medi-Cal or other insurance. So we kind of go where we can have the biggest impact. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the services that we provided last year. We had 4.0 FTE mental health clinicians, and they were able to serve nearly 4,000 unique individuals. And the tables you should see show a breakdown of the services that were provided, as well as our various funding streams. We do have a number of sources that we blend together to be able to fund the 4 FTE. Next slide.
So this is just some examples of the ways that we're going to be working together with the city next year between the city and the school district. We're always looking for innovative ways to partner in order to better serve our community. So our board challenged us to look at the possibility of offering additional access points for our students to receive mental health services. So starting in September, YFSB services will actually be offered at the Parent Hub that's centralized in our city and has been serving our families for quite some time. And that will become another access point for our students and family to be able to access mental health services. We also are looking at the additional interns so that we can expand on mental health services at our school sites, as well as looking at how we can work together to update and improve our crisis response protocols. And with that, next slide, Jenna. I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Wayne McAdoo.
Okay, it looks like I know I can see at least Councilmember Wahab has her hand raised, so we'll start there.
Thank you. One, I appreciate this presentation. I do want to thank the parents and teachers that have been kind of going through this during COVID for the last 12 months. I actually have attended a couple classes over the year during COVID, and again, truly thank the teachers for their patience teaching, especially younger kids. Technology is an issue for everybody, and more so when they're younger. So I really appreciate that. I do want to highlight that as we are talking about mental health and kind of just, you know, the different health support in HUSD as well as the partnerships, equity does play a role in this and making sure that, you know, we are catering to also those communities that are minorities amongst minorities, as I've mentioned earlier. I also just want to hear a little bit more about the internship program. I know I've asked in the past if we can get MFTs and MSW, social workers and therapists from the different universities. Can you guys elaborate a little bit more as to what does that program look like?
Sure, I'm happy to. So we started it last year, but we just welcomed our second class of interns this week, or no, today's Tuesday. So we welcomed them last week. So we have 3 MSW interns. Right now we have one of our family counselors who is a social worker who's serving as the internship coordinator. And so right now we're only taking social workers while we kind of get the program up and running. And then we very much hope to expand to MFTs and psychologists, because I think we have a lot of great training opportunities available. And we have a lot of different ideas for how to have them be in the schools. And so some of them involve shadowing and co-facilitating groups with our existing staff to be able to learn from sort of all the diverse counselors that we have, see different styles and learn and participate at different, you know, elementary, middle, and high school. And then I think they're going to be helping sort of hold the work at Mount Eden High School, because we have a 0.25 FTE assigned to a whole high school. And so we're going to see how we can kind of leverage the interns to serve the school a little bit more fully.
And then, Dr. Young,
I was going to say one more thing, that we only have 3 interns, but other providers have other interns that Chin might know more about, but we're not the only provider, we're not the only interns on campus. Sorry, Go ahead.
And Dr. Young, do you provide the supervision?
I personally do not. We have a licensed clinical social worker who's passionate about this, and this is her baby. And so I support her, but she's doing the direct supervision.
Okay, perfect. And I know that having interns requires almost a full-time person just to manage the interns in the direction. So I appreciate that. And I hope that we can expand this piece of it. I did want to ask specifically, when you guys are surveying students and, you know, even parents and whoever kind of approaches you guys as to, let's say they had anxiety, what is their anxiety about, so forth. Do you have any metrics around that to understand where their core, you know, concerns are, the problems are, so forth? Do you have any metrics there?
So I think this might be another good one for staff to share, because we just did some surveys, so we can share in a follow-up. I just want to be mindful we have a few more hands up for clarifying questions. So let's make sure on the list we've got Kelly, that we're noting that as a follow-up as well. And I see we have Mr. Rowden and Mrs. Prada and Mr. Zermenio. Then we'll go to the next presentation. Mr. Rowden.
Who's next?
Thank you. I was just listening to the presentation, and Chin, I'm hearing an echo of myself. Is anybody else?
Mr. Zermenio, you'll be afterwards, so if you can mute yourself, I think. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are you after Mrs. Prada?
Chin, could you just kind of run through a hypothetical scenario? There's so many services offered. I wonder if it gets confusing sometimes, or if the students know which one to choose. I was wondering, And I'm very proud of the fact that we do this, but I was wondering if you could like run a scenario, just an imaginary scenario of, you know, a student, like say the cost services, for example. I know that was one that I used quite a bit when I was teaching.
Right. So a scenario could be a teacher noticed that students behaving unusually in classrooms. So they're much more withdrawn. They're not as lively as they typically can. And then speaking to the student, there seems to be some things that the students are dealing with, whether it's grief. Let's say the student's a little depressed, a recent death in the family. So the teacher then would actually trigger a referral sheet to the cost team. The cost team meets on a regular basis and has all of the providers.
Can I interrupt? Did they go through the counselor first, through the student's counselor first? Is that the
They
route?
do not. No, so the counselor actually sits as part of the cost at the table, right? So we bring everyone together. We look at the issues that are presenting for the student. And let's say we decide the students can benefit from some counseling services. And we look around the table and we have providers at site and we choose a provider that's the best match for that students internally. So it could be a language, you know, they may need different language, like if they need Spanish and we have a Spanish therapist on the table, we actually would triage that student to care with that particular provider. And let's say that student's a little shy and could benefit from some after school services. And so that he can make some new friends and, you know, and that will help him with the kind of the sad feelings he's feeling. He would then be triaged to the after school care person who then can support around that. So we actually develop a plan in terms of all the providers that can actually serve the student. And the cost team comes back and actually review if the student access the services and if we were successful in terms of providing services to student, and then we see if we see growth in the student as kind of an after action review of how we've done in terms of referrals. And if it's not, then we adjust as a team and make sure that we get them to the right providers to meet the needs of the student. Does that help, Ms. Roan?
Yes, it does. Thank you for all that.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. And I think we'll move to Trustee Prada next. But you're muted. There we go. Perfect.
Councilman Germanio, he had his hand up before me. I didn't want to skip over him.
Well, it's okay. We wanted to make sure that folks who hadn't gotten a chance to ask a question previously, so we'll let you go first.
Thank you. I wanted to hear a little bit more about the juvenile justice diversion program. And then I had a couple of other questions, but I just wanted to have a chance for Dr. Young to just elaborate a little more on that.
Sure. So when kids get arrested, they get what's called a notice to appear. And as an alternative to formal processing through the justice system, we're able to work with them and we do a minimum of 5 sessions. We assess sort of what happened, and then often they're put into one of our diversion groups. We focused on, it's with case managers, so they're social service providers focusing on decision making, taking responsibility, but also some degree of assessment of what are the underlying causes. Why did this? What, you know, the behavior is just it's just an external thing. Usually, it's indicating that there's an underlying need that's not being met, or if there's, you know, family issues, or if they need access to resources or job training. Like, we try and get underneath, like, why is this behavior happening and how can we provide whatever services and supports the kids need so that it doesn't happen again in the future. And once they complete that process, they're able to get their record sealed so they don't have to have a formal record that follows them. So it's a way of keeping kids out of the system.
Thank you. And so my next question is about a tier system. Do you have like a tier system of what you consider to be an emergency that needs intervention when you're providing the services? I know that you have some overall services that are provided at the school sites, but there are families who have kids who are dealing with like high anxiety and depression, and sometimes their cases aren't handled as being, you know, a high priority, especially if they come from a household that, you know, they have supportive parents and whatnot and such, and they are able. I'm just wondering, like, is there a tier, or how are we making sure that, especially coming back from the pandemic, that we are addressing all of the issues and traumas that was a result from this pandemic. And
so Trustee Prada,
I'll let you answer.
Yeah, I'm just going to suggest, since you are in the small group with mental health and Dr. Young will be joining us in that group, that maybe we can deep dive a little bit more into that conversation, just so we can make sure we get through all of the presentations. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but I just thought it might be more beneficial, since you are in that small group, we can dive into that a little bit more. And then Councilmember Zermania, did you want to ask a follow-up? Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on to our next presentation.
Ms. McAdoo, just can
Sure.
we check with Ms. Quesada? She has her hand raised in case it's a translation issue. Thank you.
Ms. Quesada, did you have a issue, or Jenna, did you?
She'll be logging back in, and so Senora Torres will cover interpretation while that happens.
Great, so we'll go on to our last focus area, literacy and academic support. And it's a foundation of our students' education. And so,
I'm sorry, Dr. Wayne. I was just wondering, because a couple of people were asking, do we have these slides in Spanish?
I don't think we've translated the slides. No.
Thank
you. So with that, though, I would like to introduce Dr. Lisa Davies, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Hector Garcia, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, and Lindsay Vienne, City of Hayward Educational Services Division Manager.
Great, thank you, Dr. Wayne. Good evening, city leaders and district staff. I am thrilled to be here this evening sharing information about the Hayward Unified School District literacy and academic supports. This evening, we do have 3 presenters within our 3 slides. And the first slide really focuses around the trends and the rates of illiteracy in the US as well as across Hayward. And unfortunately, we all know the data. It's very bad. And unfortunately, we have a lot of areas of growth. And as you can see from the slide, 43 million adults in the US cannot read, write, or do basic math above the 3rd grade level. And as Hayward staff members, this is completely unacceptable for our district. And as the instructional leader in the district, we are not only going to focus this evening on the current data, but also what our plans are for this year, as well as going forward. And that includes both our students, our families, and the community. Next slide, please. And Hector Garcia, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, will share some of the district data around literacy.
Thank you, Dr. Davies, and very much appreciate the opportunity to be with the City Council today, as well as our governance team at HUSD. As Dr. Davies has pointed out, unfortunately, we find ourselves in a situation that we must do better at. Like there's absolutely no reason why we should be seeing these kinds of results, and yet this seems to be the trend line that is comparable to what is happening at the adult level. We see similar results in as far as English language understanding and performance rates. Here you have just a quick snapshot across 4 different intervals of time for our HUSD public school students. Just wanted to point out that, I mean, while there is a gain that we see over the course of the 12 years of experience that they might have with us in HUSD, we are still more than, by the time they get to 11th grade, we're still more than half of our students who are scoring at a nearly met or a not met performance rate. And so thus the work for us to really focus in on strategic ways of improving our literacy acceleration and literacy support.
Thank you, Hector. And next slide. And then you're wondering, what are we going to do about it? And what areas are we focusing on? For the literacy in Hayward, we are focusing on academic success. We are using data to drive this work. And you just heard the data that we've had over the last 3 years. But you have to know that when we all saw that data, when we started our literacy committee right in the midst of COVID, we all took the approach of this has to be done better. We have to do better by our students. And as a district, we have made some steps towards some change and development of a plan and started the professional development. So I would say that in the midst of December 2020, we did begin a committee that is working on the literacy plan for the district. Our Board of Education approved a new English language arts adoption for our TK to 6th grade students, where they will have new instructional materials. We've included in that plan professional development for teachers so that they not only have good best first teaching strategies and practices, but also including assessments and support systems, interventions, accelerations that go along with that program and the student achievement. The other side of it is our teachers have taken this very seriously. Our teachers really approached the committee with not only wanting to complete a plan on paper, but really think about what did we need to learn as a committee, as a district, about good reading instruction. And so we've brought in experts in reading instruction. We've brought in our staff who are expert reading specialists, teacher leaders, to support us with knowing what we should include in our plan and what we should be offering to our students. We had a summer group of teachers who worked together to build out a battery of assessments so that we understand what's best for our students as they return from this COVID learning interruption. And so we will be able to utilize all of those tools within our instruction this school year. So it's going to be current. We also have embarked on the planning of the new adoption for our 7th through 12th grade students for English language arts instructional materials. We will be piloting new materials, and we will have opportunities for our community to see the materials, our teaching staff, our students to be able to experience some of the different programs before we make an informed decision on what to adopt for our secondary schools. And with that, on the other side of it, we are also working, as Dr. Cofield shared, to ensure that we have culturally and linguistically responsive teaching, hitting the targets of equitable opportunities for our students in the classroom. And so we will continue this year to connect those pieces so that our students are supported culturally, literacy-wise, as well as all of our work is data-driven. So as we move to the next slide, we have a quick video of some teachers from our literacy plan committee. We wanted to share the video as a way for you to really hear the voices of our teachers and hear how thoughtful they are around this literacy plan and this literacy work, because they know it not only is going to support our current students, but as they move through our school system and become community members and return to Hayward after they go to their next steps in education. So I'm going to quickly play this video. Not sure, Jen, are you able to click the video? Thank you.
Good evening, HUSD board members. We need to abandon what hasn't been working. Research tells us that 95% of children are capable of reading, so let's make this happen now. Thank you so much for your support.
As teachers, we need access to the best available evidence that will help us be more effective in teaching more students to read proficiently.
I believe that literacy is one of the key social justice issues of our time.
Researcher Lilia Bartolome states that the actual strengths of literacy methods depend first and foremost on the degree to which they embrace a humanizing pedagogy that values the student's background knowledge, culture, and life experiences, and that creates learning contexts where power is shared by students and teachers.
If we want to be serious about equity, then we need to be serious about teaching every child to read.
Thank you, Jenna. And the next piece of our presentation tonight is going to include our partnerships with Hayward. And I would like to pass it to Ms. Lindsay Vaughn.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lindsay Bien, and I'm with the City of Hayward Public Library. I oversee our Education Services Division. And presenting with me is our Director of Library Services, Genty Adelman. If you want to also say hello, Genty.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for having us at this wonderful meeting.
Yes, thanks, Genty. So, I just really want to capitalize on the previous slides that we just shared. Literacy support services are not just a Hayward problem. We need it nationally, on a national level. So it's not only our school districts, charged to service the students with all their literacy needs. It literally takes a village to be able to raise a family and a child, right? So it really, working with community partnerships, collective impact and high alignment of services to really be able to increase the level of our supplemental support services offered to our Hayward families. Hayward Public Library, the city in general, and Hayward Unified School District have created some very innovative partnerships that are very strategic and very intentional, especially around the Educational Services Division. Really, as far as what this collective impact does, it's going to expand the breadth of any additional support services that other agencies have, whether that be funding, federal, state, or local dollars, and additional partnerships that each partner has. So for example, Hayward Public Library is not only just bringing city general funds, community development block grant funds, social services, all of the other services that have been provided through the mental health services. We're bringing funding from California State Library, Hayward Promise Neighborhood, Cal State East Bay, Chabot College, Four Seas of Alameda County, First Five, to really be able to create robust infrastructures and support services. Also partnering with other agencies such as Hayward Public Library, we're able to bring down the student ratios to very small levels, whether 1-to-1 or 4-to-1. So really smaller group interaction and intervention has been instrumental in being able to provide support services for our K-12 students, but also adults. Illiteracy is an intergenerational problem. We have to remember this. I believe 60% of our, on the slides shown previously, 60% of Hayward's population is not speaking English or literate in the English language in Hayward. So what that means is we need to be able to provide the adults, the family services and literacy services, so that the issue of illiteracy does not continue, and we're able to provide the whole family the support services. Also, our collective impact and high alignment of services really encourages high alignment of collaborative networks to move these conversations deeper into the community. I will give a shout out to Hayward Promise Neighborhood for this in really working the Cradle to Career Reform Network. Sabrina Rhonda oversees that. Chen has been a part of this, all of this, the Hayward Unified School District leadership and city leadership, and really deepening the conversations and moving our work in the correct direction. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please? There's so much being done. We could have probably added 20 additional slides here. I think we originally had 44 to possibly add on what the library is doing to support literacy services with Hayward Unified School District. I'm going to have Genty go ahead and talk a little bit about two really instrumental in defining things that have happened within the city as far as equity and inclusion as far as literacy support services.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. Yes, and we have the library has been very, very focused on this idea of equity and inclusion. As Lindsay mentioned, we really do believe that the literacy is about the entire family, about the entire community, and it's also the impact that in order to reach levels of functional literacy, it's not just enough to be literate, but to be actually functionally literate, we really have to look out for the entire family. So a couple of things we decided to do, and as Lindsay said, we've done a lot, and I actually just want to throw in also, we've made it much easier for any member of the community to get a card, a library card. We've really relaxed how people provide ID, or if they don't or are unwilling to provide ID, we still do do provide them with library cards. So really expanding the way we serve the community. But the elimination of our fines, overdue and late fee charges was just one of the biggest steps we took. And this was unanimously approved by our wonderful city council. And starting January 1st of this year, we eliminated all overdue fines. Because one of the things we were doing is we were pretty much charging overdue fines at, what should I say, an equal rate across the city, but we realized that not everyone has equal capacity to pay overdue fines, and there really wasn't a need. It's also seen that overdue fines unfairly impact marginalized communities and our BIPOC communities. And so we really decided that we needed to take the step forward, and again, thank you to our city council for agreeing to let us remove all overdue fines. And this has in fact brought back a lot more of our materials. And so the fear that this would cause us to lose materials has been proven wrong. The other thing I want to talk about is the Bookmobile. And, as transportation is a major challenge for many members of our community. And so getting to the library is not easy. We have a library in South Hayward, the Weeks branch, and then we have, of course, the wonderful new library in downtown. And we realized that it is hard for people to get to both of these locations. And so we could try to build many, many branches all over the city. But we decided probably the simplest way is to take the library to people where they live. So, which we already do through our online services. But of course, we have, the whole broadband Wi-Fi challenges throughout the community, and there's not equal availability and access in people's homes. And so we worked with one more form of partnership. And Lindsay talked about the various forms of funding, but we also work with private donors and our community members. And so through a major grant, a major donation from the Martins Foundation, we were able to purchase a Bookmobile. And the goal is that the Bookmobile will go out into the community and serve the harder to reach communities and take our services over there. And this is going to start hopefully very soon this year. We expect to have the Bookmobile arriving by the end of this month or very early next month, and it will be on the road very shortly after that. So these are two of the really exciting ways for us to get out in the community, make sure we are serving everyone, parents, family members, everyone right where they are. So, and thank you, Lindsay. Turn it back to you.
So I think we're at questions, and then we go to public comments, and we get into our small groups. So remember, we are going to get a chance to go more in depth in our small groups.
I'm so sorry, Matt, my computer froze for a moment. Can we continue with our portion of the presentation for just a moment? I apologize.
Yeah, we're really running behind. The presentation was only supposed to be like 10 minutes. So let's go to questions. We're about 25 minutes behind schedule. So I just want to make sure. I think the board members that are and council members that are going to small group, they can, if there's additional information you want to share in the small group or there's questions, they can do it there.
Okay. All right, so let's see. I see.
So do we want to go? Okay, are we going to have questions on this part?
Briefly, yes.
All right, please be brief.
So Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. Has the Hayward Unified School District received expanded learning opportunity grant funds? And if so, are there specific things that you guys have done to implement the grant?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Davies.
Yes, we did receive expanded learning opportunity grant funding, and we did focus on literacy and to supporting our accelerations interventions coming back from COVID, with intervention for both primary, intermediate students for 6, and then for our content at the secondary level.
And it really helped us expand summer school. We were able to do more elementary literacy this summer. So I see Councilmember Wahab and then Mrs. Prada, then we'll go to public comments.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at the continued need for literacy support with over 30% that still need literacy support. When you state literacy support, what does that fully entail?
So for our district, it includes early learning, and that would be kind of the early literacy around phonemic awareness, phonics, comprehension, and building the vocabulary, as well as English language development. And for our as we move through the grade levels, it moves towards, you know, intermediate students preparing to read for content. And then for our secondary students, it really falls around the college and career readiness standards. And we think about it, it's the application of all of the knowledge and the comprehension that they've had building critical thinking, critical analysis within their reading. So we need support in all of those areas. That might be small group support, that might be intervention programs within our community that are offered, you know, outside of school time. And then for our secondary students, that might look like internships where students can apply their knowledge. It might be connections to different employment.
So one of the concerns, I just wanted to say, okay, so literacy, I get that, but because everybody is moving towards STEAM, right? Science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, you know, I kind of wanted to see something similar to understand kind of the scope around math and science and so forth, and that emphasis as we are building, you know, these individuals to 21st century jobs. So I'll refrain from asking any further questions as I'm in this group, but that's kind of my interest.
And I would also share that we do have a huge focus on STEAM education. We have just opened 3 new STEAM buildings that have new courses, have innovation, have integrated project-based learning opportunities for students within our high schools. And as we look at our K-12 program, we do have early engineering in one of our elementaries that moves early engineering to middle school, as well as career pathways that follow our high school.
Do we have stats on that?
I missed the last question.
Do we have stats on it the way we have it for literacy?
We have just begun to collect some of the stats. Some of the stats fall within our math proficiency levels and some of our engagement in school.
Mrs. Prada?
First, I just want to say thank you for that presentation. I was a part of the Early Learning Network along with Councilman Salinas, and on the kind of the building of the Bookmobile, and got to see a lot of be a part of the community voice as a parent on how that basically was designed and everything. So I'm really excited to actually see it out in the community. I have 2 things that I just wanted to ask. I know that we talked about, you know, Hayward is a heavy bilingual city. I'm wondering if, when we're looking at literacy, do we, let's look at this as a positive, because being able to be in like a dual immersion education is something that will help with like cognitive processing and critical thinking. And I know that our dual immersion program performs higher than our bilingual program. So I know that's something that we need to look at and expanding across our district, and making sure that that type of education is available for all of our students, and that we really support dual immersion at all of our schools, because it will help with literacy. And then my other comment was actually with what Councilwoman Wahab just stated. I have brought up several times our math literacy, math being a universal language, and it being even more of a deficit in our district with how we perform in math, with 66.6 below the standard with math in HUSD. So I hope to, in the near future, have a plan as extensive as we do for our literacy program, to also have that for our math program, because it is something that is it's detrimental. It's important, especially in today's age, for our students to be literate in mathematics.
Thank you. So looking forward to more conversation on each of these topic areas. I think it's now time for public comments. And so
Yes, and I'll just step in here and say that, and remind everybody, since this is a special meeting, this is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are being discussed listed on this agenda. And we're going to stick to our 30 minutes. We're like a half an hour right now behind schedule, but we will hold public comment from now until 8:30, and then we will go into our focus groups. If there are still additional public comments, we'll come back at the end of the meeting and go back to them. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this over to Ms. Jenna Rodriguez there. Jenna, if you will take over and start calling on speakers. Again, the time limit is 2 minutes. And I know we have a few.
Yes, great, thank you. Okay, our first 3 speakers, and I'm just checking the time that it's 7:59. Our first 3 speakers are going to be Maria del Carmen Espinosa, Isabel and Raymond's dad, and Araceli Orozco. So I'm going to unmute the line for Maria del Carmen. Your line has been unmuted. If you will unmute it on your end, can you hear me? Maria del Carmen Espinosa?
Well, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, I just want to start off by saying I don't understand for the life of me why, we have closed caption in English, but not in Spanish. The translation, you guys speak so fast, I can barely keep up with you. I'm pretty sure that the poor translators on the other side, translating in Spanish, are having even a more difficult time. Plus, I'm getting text messages from our Spanish speaking parents that they're not getting the full information and they are feeling lost. So if there's any way we can do closed caption or some sort of way they can read what you are saying, then I would really appreciate it. And our Spanish speaking parents would too, since we have a huge community of Spanish speaking parents. Also, I wanted to know, I wanted to mention something about our students and their education. Recently, there's a lot of COVID outbreaks, and I know it's affecting our students' education. I know you guys are doing as much as you can to do the online Zoom when they are in quarantine, but it really isn't the same. Is there any way we can educate our students and have like live classes, recordings in real time, so our students don't miss out so much, because they really are, missing out, especially, our elementary students who are feeling lost. Lastly, the students, they get out of school, they walk home, and there's so much homelessness going on. What are you guys doing for our McKinney-Vento students? What are you guys doing for our special needs students in regards to their education? I see so many homeless people around my neighborhood, and some of those are teens, some of those are homeless families. How are you, and what are you doing to get them in a safe environment and give them the education that they need? Thank you so much.
One moment. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, and I'd just like clarification from the meeting chairs, Mayor Holliday and Board President Dr. Okenda. The content of public speaking is for agenda item specific, yes?
Yes, that is true. Since we have such a comprehensive program here tonight with a lot of stuff, it's hard to distinguish, but yes, we will try to monitor that. We talked about that earlier, and we will try to, and we'll just remind the other speakers, please stick to what is on the agenda tonight, these 3 areas that we've been hearing about. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel and Raymond's dad, your line has been unmuted on our end.
Yeah, Mike, am I allowed to ask a question? Because I wanted to ask if we're supposed to have these meetings every 6 months, and why are we skipping them during a pandemic?
Well, we'll start your time. They cannot answer you, but you can certainly pose the question.
Okay, go ahead then. One of the first things I wanted to say is that I love the idea of what this presentation wants to address. I think that the topics, I wish that I could join more than one breakout room. I'm excited to work in the breakout rooms. I've got to volunteer with a lot of the parents and people in this community, and there's some really great people passionate about the actual stuff that the topics that these breakout rooms are going to address. So I'm super excited that they're finally going to have a platform, and I get to work with them, and I'm really encouraged about that. What I am a little bit discouraged about is Kelly McAdoo, your group rules or whatever that you were calling it. If you've ever taken a communications class, you've literally described what you would call toxic positivity. See, we're gonna have groups talking about racism and racial inequality. So a lot of people aren't gonna be happy about it. A lot of people aren't gonna be excited about it, and some of them are gonna be frustrated. And if you've ever, like I said, if you've ever taken a communications class, toxic positivity is the belief that no matter how bad or difficult the situation is, people should be happy and smiling about it. And that's not okay. If you want to speak your truths, even if it makes some people uncomfortable, if it makes some people, feel frustrated, if it makes some people feel saddened, that's the whole point. We're going to have a tough conversation. We're going to have an uncomfortable conversation. And as long as we're respectful, as long as we're, maintaining everybody's, kind of a moral compass, that's okay. And it's okay to make people feel uncomfortable. What's not okay, though, what I feel is a little intimidating, is laying down the groundwork where three powerful white ladies, April, Barbara, and Kelly McAdoo, can basically lay down the groundwork of, hey, I'm going to be happy the whole time. And if you disagree with me, I'm going to say scary minority. And that's an intimidating situation when you want to have an uncomfortable conversation, which is the topics that you're bringing up to talk about. So we need to, if we're going to be welcoming to the other side, we got to recognize that, hey, sometimes we're going to say some stuff that's going to make some people feel uncomfortable, and that's okay. I welcome that. I'm excited to work with this. I look forward to resolving some real.
Thank you. Araceli Orozco, your line has been unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This evening I'll be, I guess, addressing the academic support. Everything looks great in a presentation, and I have always tried to attend every single meeting and be informed and everything. But the bottom line is that it only looks good in the PowerPoint presentation, but once it comes down to our school sites, it's a totally different story. And I'm not just saying this because I'm just want to say it, but because I'm living through it. I have my granddaughters, my nieces and nephews, and my daughter that are attending HUSD, and that also are part of this community, Hayward, residents, community. And so my question or comments will be, how is it that the HUSD and city say that they work together, but sometimes they don't even know what each other else is doing in supporting our students, our families here at Hayward? I also agree with the topics of this meeting. They're good and everything, but we're not truly addressing the needs that our families are going through right now, in making not only plans, but action plans. That's what we need to do, some actions plans, because I've go to so many meetings and there's always a lot of talk, and this is nice, and this will be like this, but there's no action, there's no accountability. So I think that that's what we need to start doing, and making sure that the city, city council and HUSD really truly work together on the issues that really concern our Hayward HUSD families and our Hayward residents. And also, yes, we need to have more meetings of this kind where we need to talk about, issues that are affecting our community. And yeah, and I'm really looking forward also to go to these.
Thank you. Elena?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Elena. I work on the community firm. I had comments, a lot of 3 comments. Specific, thank you for all information, for all presentations. Very good. Our partners are important for help the students. Also, I had not concern, only comment for help, for attend more people, for help in the schools, specific in this elementary and the middle school. It's hard for every staff every day for check the distance, everything. For I understand it's hard for everybody now. It's the important counting the parents. The parents is the more leader parents is involved every day for the parents, help the parents. It's important counting the parents every time. So also I need check the that people, for example, in the no have a resource navigator in the school. It's important for you have time for aiding more people for help the school, and also for the computers. And a lot of parents have a computer need more computers at time for the students. Other support if you have is possible for more support for the students going the quarantine in this time for the COVID-19, more support for the student or contact students need go to house, you need more support for academic support. For specific and elementary is very important for check more support for quarantine, for example, for 8 days or 14 days, more support for the students. Also more resource, if you have more support for resource for the people and the system in each school have all paper resource for everyone, no only lack information. Absolutely for more academic support now. Thank you for everything. No more action. Thank you. Have a nice.
Okay, thank you. We have our last three speakers. They are someone titled Ask Sandra, another Ramiro Bajamon, and Ana Navidad. Ask Sandra, your line has been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Sandra Macias. I'm a parent of an elementary school child at Strobridge and a middle schooler at Bret Harte. I wanted to say that, I think that the spirit in which this meeting is done is good, but I will say that that slide deck was pretty intense. I think that in the future, it would be great if the slides were trimmed down and they were actually accessible in Spanish, even if they weren't presented in Spanish, if they could be available for people to follow along, especially if there is issues with translation, that would just make it more, equitable. And the information, there was a lot of it. And I think that, as someone that works in the community as an organizer that does presentations really regularly, that much information is really hard for people to process. And I think it would just be a lot better to use that time instead of a lengthy presentation, which has taken up pretty much half the meeting, to really trim that down and get to work in the work groups and give us more time for public comment. So I just think that that's a really important accessibility issue. I also think it's important that we address things from a perspective of not so much as what people, when we do go into work groups, not so much as what people are saying in terms of what they intend to say, but the impact they're having, especially with these hard topics. That hasn't always been the case. And I think some of those group agreements stifle that conversation. I think it was brought up before, that toxic positivity. It's really hard to have these conversations and make yourself vulnerable if you feel like you can only answer in a certain way that makes people comfortable in these uncomfortable conversations and spaces. So I welcome everybody to speak their truth in a way that, makes them feel comfortable, not so much what makes other people feel comfortable. As long as we're all being respectful, it's important to be heard in your feelings and not how other people feel that you should be talking. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and so for our last two speakers, Ramiro Bajamon and Ana Navidad. Ramiro, your line is unmuted. If you will unmute it on your side.
All right, you guys can hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm Ramiro Bajamon. I'm the parent of one of the elementary students at Stonebridge Elementary, and I also part of the Parents Ambassador program in the city of Hayward. First of all, I want to say thank you for the presentation. That was, yes, a lot of information, but I can see the effort on improving academic situation in Hayward. And also I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. Well, there are so many items that were touched today, but mainly I would like to talk about the inequity. I know there are some limited access to before school and after school programs for many families in Hayward, that they don't have the ability to deal with their kids before and after school. And I think you can see the inequality on that aspect that the cities or the county in general is not offering those tools for families, especially single moms, single parents, even for us that we're a full family, but we had to work. So it's kind of hard to deal with after school and before school. And the other part is I wonder if teachers are getting trained, the proper training to detect some kind of disabilities or learning disabilities or mental development issues in kids, especially elementary kids. I think if those problems are detected early, the effect will be more positive if we can address them as soon as possible. And the last part is about parents, if they are capable to detect the deficiencies in literacy. Sometimes parents are not even aware of the deficiency. So we need to try to have multilingual efforts to go and reach the household directly to try to address that. Thank you.
And so it appears that Ana Navidad's hand is no longer raised. I do believe there'll be another period for public speaking in the instance that, go ahead.
Well, actually, I think she just raised her hand again.
Okay, let's see here.
I think the mayor was saying that the intent was this is the time for public comments, and we were, if there were additional comments, but this was the time for public comments if anyone wants to make them.
Understood. Oh, there's a technical circumstance with Anna's. Let me make that change.
Hello.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Very slight.
All right, I will try to speak a little louder. Would that be okay?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. My name is Ana Navidad, and I have two children, Sabrina Orellana, which is at Bret Harte, and Hayden Orellana at Bret Harte. I first of all want to say thank you for the amazing information. It's so great to hear all these things that are happening in our district and all the positive reinforcements that we are having for our children and our family. Thank you. It means the world to us. To me. I also wanted to just inform you that I agree 100% in the reading intervention that we need at our schools, especially for our kids with special need. I think we are lacking on having more of the reading part for our kids. And of course, our teachers. As you probably know, there's a district in my Sabrina school at Bret Harte. We don't have a teacher at this moment, which is saddening me completely. So I would love for someone to actually give me some answers. Why is that? It's acceptable having a kids with having a teacher in the classroom at all. Second of all, the support that we're getting in Bret Harte with Hayden's teacher are super amazing with our principal, the same as Stonebray. The staff there are trying their best, but so much they can do at this moment. I also wanted to point out that I would love that inclusion that you're talking about with racism, maybe having the LGBTQ flags flying at all time at our schools will be greatly appreciated for us. Thank you for your time.
So I think that was the last speaker. And so I'm going to close public comments, and I will turn it back over to our staff, to City Manager McAdoo and Superintendent Wayne to talk about the next part of the meeting.
Thank you. And if we can get the presentation up. So yes, this is an opportunity to go a bit more in depth And so we have the breakout groups. We'll spend 30 minutes in our session and so here's who's attending which session. So these are in a separate Zoom meeting. The links have been attached to the agenda. If you need any support getting there, Ms. Rodriguez is available. And if you go to the next slide, we'll have these posted, but we're just going to ask open discussion. Here's some questions to start with. What are successes in this area for each organization, kind of from your perspective as a board member or city council member? Opportunities for improvement, and then and I think kind of most importantly, what else can we do together to address this area? And then, but these are starting points for an open discussion. So with that, we have, if you go back to the next slide, Jenna, you want to share who's in, just explain a little bit more about the main room and the other rooms?
Yeah, and if you could put up the technology notice. Thank you. Oh, where'd you go?
So while that's up, we're gonna.
So what we have are 3 sessions. And in this main meeting that we're currently in right now, if you're interested in listening to the discussion on equity and anti-racism, you will stay in this Zoom meeting that you're in right now. We'll need to open that screen a little larger for the viewing public, please. And if you're interested in the topic, so what you all heard was an overview. The deeper dive that you've been asking for will be in these sessions. Social and emotional learning and mental health has its own meeting link and has its own Spanish interpretation telephone number if you need to use that. Similarly, the topic of literacy and academic support has its own Zoom link and Spanish interpretation telephone number. So if those are the topics you're interested in listening to the deeper dive on, you'll want to end this meeting for yourself and go into those new links. They are on our agenda. They are on the website. Again, if you're interested in equity and anti-racism, just stay right here. Once those breakout sessions conclude, you can return to this meeting that will still be open and live, and we'll hear the report out from all 3 groups. Superintendent Dr. Wayne.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to head off to the meeting. I'll be with the literacy group.
Question before we all disappear off into the meetings. Will the public be able to participate in these breakouts? And if not, are we really not having another public comment after they observe the breakouts?
We are having a second round of public comment at the end for people who hadn't already gotten a chance to speak during their.
I'm sorry, but there weren't any requests to speak at that point. I don't think it was the plan to have public comment. I do get your point though. I don't know. I'll leave it to
Mayor, I think how we had set it up, I thought, was that if we needed that extra half an hour at the end, if we didn't have enough time for people who wanted to speak, right. But it's not a return. It's how, Ms. Prada, it's how we do it at our board meetings for public comment on an item. So yeah, we're new again.
Breakout rooms, are people able to interact within the breakout rooms? Because if we're diving deeper, I'm just wondering, are we also going to be hearing like from the community? Are they observing? Are they participating? Is there a chance to get feedback?
At this point, the intent was that members of the public would be observing, and it's a public meeting similar to how this meeting has been run so far. So it's part of the larger public meeting, but the public was not going to be participating in the board and council discussion.
I'm sure both boards would be very happy to have people come back at future meetings if they want to comment on these sessions this evening.
I do just want to add my 2 cents. On the agenda, it does say return to main open session, report out by 8:30, and then a return to public comments at 9 p.m., adjournment around 9:30. So I do just want to highlight that maybe that's where the is happening.
That, yeah, it was a provision. We can, if there are people who want to comment, I suppose we can. I will remind the council members that we have a continuing meeting after the close of this one. So we are going to try to adjourn the meeting entirely by, we're already about 25 minutes late here. So I think we're going to try to stick to adjourning prior to 10 o'clock because the council has more work to do. But we will see what happens when we come back. If council members limit and board members limit their own comments, I think, we could probably accommodate some public ones if there were ones to make. So, so anyway, well, let's go to our breakout sessions now.
And then I think
ready to do that.
We'll reconvene at 8:55, and the facilitators will be texting back and forth. So if a group gets done earlier than the 30 minutes allotted, we'll coordinate on that. So, but plan for 30 minutes at 8:55.
Okay, thanks.
Everyone is leaving. So it's Gabriel, April, Francisco, and Angela, right? Okay.
I forgot that we weren't leaving. I'm like, where's my link?
And who's our moderator? Oh, Shane is our moderator. Who's muted at the moment? Okay. Or is Dr. Cofield our moderator?
I think I'm in the wrong room. I don't know why I got this link. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Shane is our moderator, but Shane, you're mute. I think Shane's having some technical difficulties, perhaps.
Uh-oh. I'll be our note taker.
Okay, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Shane.
Okay, and you can see the slide up on the screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so Dr. Cofield, I think, agreed to take notes, and Laurel is going to report out when you all go back, and of light touch facilitation, just to kind of ask these questions and make sure that everybody who wants to share has a chance to share. We could use the raise hand function, but it's a pretty small group, so I think we can try just monitoring our own airtime and kind of sharing and hearing from one another. So we're focusing on equity and anti-racism, and I think the first prompt for discussion is, what do folks see as successes in this area for each organization? Where do you see bright spots or early wins happening in the work?
I can go first if that's okay.
Go for it.
So I think with the GARE program, the Government Alliance of Race and Equity within the city of Hayward, I think that is a real opportunity to discuss equity, and I think they've made a lot of progress. And I know the Community Services Commission is doing a lot. They wrote a letter touching a lot of socioeconomic issues in that letter, and making some recommendations to council, doing some things through that commission, including acknowledging things that happened in the past in Hayward, or including what happened with Russell City. So I do think there's, the city is learning its past in order to prevent things from happening in the future. So I think that's a really big step into making change, and recognizing different cultures and holidays. Them recognizing Juneteenth was a big deal for the city, and I do feel like there's been a lot happening just recently in light of George Floyd. I think we're also looking at public safety from a different lens. So I think the city's doing a lot to address the issues that's been coming up.
Thank you. Thank you for starting us off on an affirming note too. What are other folks seeing from either organization as successes or bright spots in the work?
If I may tag on to what was just heard from school board perspective in terms of getting the voice of the community involved in our ethnic studies. Help me, April, with our ethnic studies.
Board policy.
Thank you, policy. Sorry, it's been a long day. I'm sure it has been for everybody. But in our ethnic studies policy, we specifically outline connecting with Native communities and First Peoples that are in this region, and we've had success in connecting directly with the Moekama Ohlone leadership and scholars that work with them along their history line to work with us as we create that curriculum built after that policy. So everything is still in infant stages, but there's already been connections with our staff and with those leaders so that we can start putting that together. And so it's even further back in history in our region, right? And speaks to not just our land acknowledgements, but to our real commitment to actually making those things happen.
Yes. Well, what I've seen and my interest, or what I want to propose, if anything, is to take the programs that have been successful, that are successful, and either expanding them or copying them one way or another. So if you go to Cal State, there's a TRIO program. If you go Ganas at Cal State, at Chabot, we have several at Chabot, Doraja, Puente, Mecha, which is dormant at the moment, Luna, which deals with Latinas only, Carnales, which is at the moment is, I believe, over in Las Positas College, and then Doraja, and these are programs that have been successful, but I'm not sure if we're expanding on them. I'm hoping that we can all agree that we need to push for their success or for expansion to a degree. I mentioned the community, the Hayward Youth Commission, in that it actually goes out to recruit. And of course, Puente now is over at the middle schools and the high schools. So those are keen programs. So those are the fantastic programs that have been successful and actually do a tremendous job of taking the kids that are not supposed to be successful in school and making them successful. I mean, when I went to university, I was not supposed to be at the university, so it took a counselor to say, why can't you be at the university? And then I realized, oh yeah, okay, so I'm here, so let's be successful. So those are the ones that we need to emulate, hopefully. Those are my initial comments.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. Dr. Candice, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. I would like to add on a little bit to what I heard Gabe talking about with the policies and with the grassroots level of work that went into two really important policies for HUSD. And we talked about it a little bit earlier in the presentation, hearing about that, but even with the ABAR training, it wasn't something that was developed from an agency outside of the district. We had the experts that we already, our racial justice, social justice warriors that are already inside of the district gathered together to create the professional development that all of staff had to take and will continue to take. So just really excited about building things within our house, right? That using the people who are already committed to this work. And then the same thing with the ethnic studies policy, that was hearing our students come forward and saying that they wanted these classes. And so that was a response directly to what we've heard our students asking for. And then similarly, the design of that program is going to happen in-house using our educators and staff who are expert in this topic and who are passionate about this work. So just really like that we're working with the skill sets and the expertise and the passion that's already within our community.
Nice, nice. So given our time, I'm going to just gently shift us to the second question, which is what are the opportunities for improvement in this arena of equity and anti-racism for each organization. I know behind the scenes, somebody had framed it as what are the challenges? So whatever language speaks to you, if you're thinking about challenges or opportunities. But building off the last round, what are folks thinking about in this question? Because I'm sharing screen, I can't see folks' names. That's a problem. Maybe I'm going to unshare my screen. Hold on. All right, Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you. I actually been pushing for the city to look at our review process for development projects from an equity lens. So we have this process called, well, it's an act, it's the California Environmental Quality Act. And it's a way to review projects to see what are the impacts to the community from an environmental perspective, whether it's noise, cultural resources, and if there's any geological impacts with that project. And I would like the city to move forward on adding equity as a lens and seeing what is that project going to do to the community from an equity standpoint. Are we pushing the community out with this type of project? What are we going to do to make amends or at least figure out a way to keep people in the community as much as possible? And so I know that GARE is looking at that. That was something I brought forth during the Planning Commission, and I think they're reviewing to see how that can actually happen. So I think that's a really good opportunity because it holds developers accountable into how they impact our community.
That's a great example. Thank you. Councilmember Zermano, is that your hand? Yeah.
Okay, that was my hand. Okay, I'm thinking that we need to, let's see, what was the question?
Just what are the opportunities for improvement or challenges you see?
Oh, okay, so take a program like YEP, ensure that it's successful and that it goes on, recruit more folks to it. We have homework centers, make sure that it's successful and that it keeps growing, that it exists not only our 2 libraries, but perhaps it could be a homework center at Chibok College for the students of Matthew Ochoa. There could be a homework center at Cal State Hayward. That's another possibility. Junior Giants, we have a Junior Giant program, which is excellent. So why don't we consider or going into some kind of a junior earthquake program where we deal with soccer. Soccer is extremely popular. You never know. It can become a very diverse opportunity because the soccer world is quite diverse and Hayward is diverse. Maybe consider teaming up with Junior Warrior program for basketball. So that's something that's a possibility. Partnering. Let's talk about partnering with the Chamber of Commerce to see if we can create more business owners out of our students to have them become, I'm thinking of Gabriel at the moment, who has an excellent hobby of doing leather work. I work with wood, and that's a great possibility. Classic cars. We have an airport. Let's talk about maybe creating an airport mechanic school with partnership with Chabot and with our municipal airport. Rotary Club. Rotary Club is into the community. So that's another possibility that we can look into. So it's thinking outside the box, going beyond what we already have and creating opportunities so that everybody can get into it. Imagine a soccer program. Wow, that would really just go for it. Yeah, where's to? So anyways, those are possibilities. Let's see if something can develop out of this.
Mr. Chaparro or Dr. Kenda, any thoughts around like what would you like to see the city or the district really dig in around in this area of equity and anti-racism? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Chaparro. Oh, you're muted.
And that's the end.
Thank you.
No, but I might have slightly misunderstood the question, but I want to share this anyway, because you know, as we work toward against race and racism, as we work toward creating spaces where more voices are heard, as we work towards these things, there is this natural pushback. There's this tension. There's this friction, if you will. And if we would focus on that and only that, then it might become discouraging, or it might become a battle. But we have to understand that that friction is a sign of change. It's a sign of the things that we are working towards. And so we have to look at that and everything that we're doing with an attitude of joy, that this is part of, I don't even want to call it the struggle, because I know there's struggle, but at the other end of struggle, there's always joy. It's like riding a bike up a hill. You struggle up that hill, but when you finally get to the pinnacle and you coast down, you don't even remember the hill that you just rode. Anyway, I can use that analogy for a long time, but you get the idea. And so even the struggle is part of joy, right? And it's part of that. And so if we were to focus on something, you know, just know that we're making change. And every time we get that dissenting comment or remark about that change happening, or people actually actively working against us because they're used to race and racism, or the comfort of silencing voices or whatever else, then we're actually doing the right thing.
Thank you. Dr. Akenda?
I have one more comment after Ms. Akenda. Mrs. Akenda speaks.
So I was just going to comment that the challenges, and I think Dr. Cofield has seen this firsthand because she's been a facilitator in the ABAR training. And, you know, we know that not everybody is ready for this difficult work. And not everybody is going to lean in the way we would like them to, with the, you know, the self-reflection and the, I think the constant challenging yourself to think about those topics that we've been, you know, talking about with race and equity, and what that looks like, what inclusion looks like, where a person might have bias in their own heart and head. And so that is, it requires a lot of courage, and it requires the ability to have courageous conversations. And so I think, as Gabe was talking about, like, this is new, this is going to be hard. And so how we give equity to our staff as well, and grace to them, to try to work through some of these harder conversations.
Makes a ton of sense. Councilmember Andrews, I think your hand might be back up. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you, Trustee Chaparro, for your words, because it's very hard to have this skin and speak from my lens on council sometimes. And, you know, you get pushback from some members of the community who want to say it's not about race, and everything's about race. And every time I go into a meeting, and in my mind, if something touches the community that, you know, I have grown up in, I always in my mind say, I'm going to keep it brief, but I'm going to keep it Black. And I've heard that quote somewhere. I don't know who it's attributed to, but it stuck with me. And so I do think it's important. That's what for some, this is the reason why we are elected, is to be brave and have those uncomfortable conversations in order to get to a better place. And I just want to say to Trustee Chaparro, I met your dad this weekend, and I told him he must be so proud of you. And this is a reminder of why he probably is proud of you. So for your words.
Yeah, he told me he met you. I was like, oh yeah.
That's so awesome. Councilmember Zermeño, did you want to add something?
Yeah, just one last comment. I'm talking about a little bit about profiling and the bias that we have. They see me and they say, you're Mexican? No, you're not. You're too tall to be a Mexican. And you're tall, so you probably play basketball. Well, I'm actually into cycling and running. So those are things that that you have to dispel, correct? And one of the things that I always like seeing is when we cross culture, and maybe that's something that we need to go into. Soccer has done it, basketball has done it. We've had Mexicans. We don't play basketball. We've had a couple of Mexicans in NBA, NFL, gym and cricket. So it's breaking that mold. So take Ballet Folklorico. If we had a Ballet Folklorico program where we could encourage non-Mexican youngsters to actually learn a dance, talk about cross-culturing, and talk about breaking the profiling that we run into. No, only Mexicans dance Mexican folklorico. No, in the dance group where our granddaughters are, there are a couple of African-American kids and a couple of Anglo youngsters. It works, and it's something that is positive, and it also helps in building self-esteem. So that's something that could be, it's kind of profiling. So where do you work, Francisco? Oh, I teach Jabo. So what do you teach? Spanish. Oh, no wonder. Because I'm Mexican. I don't know anything else. It took Chabot College 30 years to finally find a non-Anglo English teacher, because Latinos don't know English well enough to teach it. Do you imagine that? Anyway,
Thank you, sir.
We have a while to go.
Thank you so much. Dr. Okenda, is your hand back up?
Yes, and sorry, I had to take my dog outside for a moment, so I'm off camera, but I was just going to tell Francisco, Winton has the Folklorio, and I believe a few of our elementary schools do as well. So just wanted to give you that good news.
I love Lisa and William, who take a folklorical program. I've donated a couple of dresses over there. Fantastic group.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Dr. Cofield and Ms. James, I don't know if you're allowed or whatever to speak in these rounds, but if so, do you want to add anything around successes or challenges that you see?
Dr. Cofield, did you want to go first?
Go ahead. You unmute it so I can take some notes first. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I really appreciated everyone's input, and I loved hearing about all of the positive work that's happening at the school district. I think jumping ahead to our third question, one of the things that Dr. Cofield and I discussed in terms of opportunities is that our section of the presentation is separate because the work that we have been doing is separate. And so finding ways to merge that. And I think having these conversations is a good first step. So I really appreciated that. And then in terms of improvement, I also really appreciated the comments from the board member, the challenges and in the, I think Shane calls it the below the green line or the heart work, because that is something that we see as well at the city and that Dr. Cofield and I have discussed. And Councilmember Andrews, thank you for your very concise and thoughtful point about equity analysis in the development review process. I love a good actionable request. So thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
Yeah, I would just piggyback on kind of some things that have already been said. And I would say like, there's the talk about having that equity lens that Ms. Andrews brought up. Obviously, you know, we've all been working with Shane, and Shane has developed the tool that she shared in the presentation. And so I feel like that's a success, but also an opportunity as well. Continuing to have the conversations in the PD that we have in the ways that we're going about it, like Dr. Okenda said, you know, in our Made in Hayward way, making sure that we're using the skills that we've been trained to have to make sure we're doing this in a really careful way. So that it's not just a safe space, right? Where some of the comments that were made earlier, where it just stays at that surface level safe space, that's not necessarily what we want. We want to do the deep dive, to do the real work, to seek the change that we need. So I feel like continuing to have that conversation about what that equity lens could look like, broadly speaking, more in a like systemic way, where it's not just tied to like only the classroom necessarily, but also every other area in our district. I feel like that's also an opportunity. So a success and an opportunity in the same token. And I also loved hearing about Francisco talk about the Hayward Youth Commission as well. Particularly, I feel like an opportunity we have is to continue to do the work that you were talking about, recruiting our students who would be considered non-traditional. I don't necessarily prefer that term, but continuing to reach out to those type of students to offer them opportunities to show what they can do. Because like you said, they have so much potential, and that potential isn't necessarily leveraged well in a traditional setting, but all our students have gifts, talents, abilities, and this is our equity mission, to figure out what is it going to take to reach all our students. So I appreciate the conversation, and thank you for even allowing me to be a part of this. I'm so excited to be a part of this work. I'm very, very passionate about it. It's my life's work. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Cofield. So we have about 7 minutes before we close the room, and our final question is, what else can we do together to address this area of equity and anti-racism? So I would just invite you into a space of what my colleague Dr. Jamila Dugan calls radical dreaming, to really think in an imaginative way about what it could look like to collaborate across these kind of institutional lines in service of these goals. What do folks think, and what do you imagine? Let's start with Councilmember Dr. Candice, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. The district has what's called an equity oversight committee, and we are in the process of expanding that. And Dr. Cofield and Gabe and I are all three on it, actually. And we are in the process of developing a rubric for the committee to use for everything that comes forward to the school board. We'll have to go through or use this tool to kind of assess the equity in the proposal. And so it's a way for us to kind of design something that no matter who is on cabinet or who is the superintendent or who's on the school board, that we make sure that all the right people were, you know, it's a tool that will hopefully keep us really focused at this as the central work of racial equity and equity and inclusion generally. So it might be something that as we get going, that the city and the district could collaborate a little bit and look at that tool as something we all use, or get, you know, share it or work with it together. So just an idea.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you. We do have a Hayward Leadership Advisory Committee that meets quarterly. So I think getting information out to the community about that meeting would be really important, seeing how we can expand that, because I heard some of the comments earlier about having this meeting more often or something like this more often, and we actually do meet quite a bit. So I would suggest that Hayward Unified and the city work together on advising parents to attend the meeting to see how we are actually working together. And one of the things that we been talking about is how can we get more coordinated with internships for youth, but also we could discuss in those meetings is how can we get more coordinated in looking at making sure that we're checking in on equity and those types of things. Maybe get a share out of what this group is doing from Dr. April Kenda's group is doing on reviewing that and seeing how the city can report out on GARE. And so those are some opportunities I think will be really important to let them know, the community know we actually are working together a lot, in addition with HARD. And one thing that I've asked for in those meetings is, can we get some kind of website or something that's easy to find for youth for internships, and not just to keep youth busy, not just to give them job experience, but these opportunities at these crucial moments prevent them to seek a path that is more prevalent in their neighborhoods. It actually stops them from making bad decisions if they're busy, if the idle hands, or the devil's work. So I do feel like we are looking at how we can move forward on something that's a coordinated effort, because a lot of teams come to me. Sometimes they come to the Black Business Roundtable. Francisco also has a Latino Roundtable, Business Roundtable, and they ask, at least in my roundtable, where can youth find jobs? And they literally are asking these businesses, help us. And so I'm hoping that these organizations can come together to make it easier for them to obtain these resources to get those opportunities.
Nice, thank you. Councilmember Zenania. Oh, you're muted, sir.
So one of the things that I really would like to have come out of this is that we make an effort to explain to everybody out there what equity lens means. I think that many people don't know what it means. We know equality, we know racial profiling, we know bias, prejudice, etc. But race, equity lens. And I think, we heard today from the public comments that we have problems and we don't deal with problems. And maybe that once they know what equity lens is and how we're going about working through that equity lens as a city, as a HUSD, and in partnership, then people will say, oh, okay, I get it. This is what's coming up. And they can be more exact on what these problems are. If I just hear we have problems, and I don't hear what the exact problem is, then I don't know how to solve it. I don't know how to work it. Angela, thank you for mentioning the leadership program, because the Hayward Chamber of Commerce does have also a Hayward leadership, and that's another opportunity for folks to become in tune and participate and become more diverse as a thing. So this is very good. One last bit of tidbit. Go Newsom. Thank you.
Go Newsom. All right. Final comments from Trustee Chaparro or Board President Dr. Oquenda before we go back.
Just a quick thing to Francisco. Francisco, the school board a few years ago did a workshop for the board on equity. So it was really helpful. And I think we should have like standing ones of those, but it was also a great chance for the public to hear about equity too, because I agree it's a word we toss around a lot, but not everyone really understands what it really is, and especially applied to education. So just another place where perhaps we could collaborate.
I like you, April.
My thoughts echo that, and to add to it, I think what I'd like to see also is us do it in informal spaces and with informal language, and to bring in some community leaders also who are of the same mindset but don't necessarily have the stage, who could do it in other languages even. Because it's time to put the soldiers out, right? It's time to put the people out there to do the work. And if part of that work is spreading that education that Mr. Zermeño is talking about, then there's some willing hands out there waiting to do it. We could enlist them.
Nice.
Gabriel, Mr. Zermeño is too formal.
Oh, señor Zermeño.
Somos compadres, Francisco.
Just be respectful, my friend. Just be respectful.
Z.
So I think I need to release you all back to the main room, but it was a pleasure to host this space, and what a beautiful job you did sharing the time. I really feel like we got to hear everybody's perspectives on all 3 rounds. So props to you guys for doing such a good job sharing space. And thank you to Dr. Cofield for taking notes for us. We can give a little love and applause for her. Laurel for reporting out in a moment. And the work continues onward. Adelante. I think we'll do this again. I hope soon. I hope it's the beginning of many such conversations.
Thank you.
We'll see you back in the other room.
So Kelly, would you like me to make the announcement? I know we're not live streaming. This is just a recording, but we just wanted to let everyone know that we are providing interpretation service in Spanish. We have our interpreter, Laura Disman, helping us this evening. So participants can click interpretation in the meeting controls and select a language channel. So every single participant will need to select English or Spanish. So I'm going to give you a moment to do that. You should see the interpretation options. So if you select English, and if someone wants to listen to the Spanish channel, they could select Spanish. And I believe all of us are using the Zoom application, so that should be fine. I wanted to, I believe I have in here, I'm just going to share. Believe I need to share this just to ensure that we're in the right group. And then I'm going to go to the next. So I need to provide this in Spanish, but I know that I don't see any attendees just yet, but individuals who like to join and they want to select Spanish for interpretation are able to do so. I'm going to stop sharing. And I'm going to hand it to our city manager, Kelly McAdoo.
Thanks, Miriam. Great. I'm looking forward to this discussion. As the superintendent mentioned, we have a few discussion questions. I just did a little slide share here to remind folks of what those questions are. So just as a way to help facilitate the discussion, if the group wants, I think starting with the first question, then the second, I'll take notes, and then the third, and then so as facilitator, I'll report out from the group, and then we can just each maybe go around under each question and make comments. And then if there's other questions or comments at the end, I think we'll probably have time for other discussion as it comes up. So if that works, we'll start with the successes, and then we'll talk about the opportunities, and then areas, what else we can do together to address the areas of social emotional learning and mental health. And we do have our two staff experts on this group as well. So with that, who wants to kick it off on successes?
I can go.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Marquez.
So I just want to make sure, obviously we can reference the information that was provided in the PowerPoint, is that correct?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find out what page it started on.
Yeah.
I think it was like 23, sounds about right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, want to make sure we're all following along on the same information. So just initial thoughts, obviously living in Hayward my entire life, receiving some of these services as a young person in Hayward. I'm well versed and aware of the services, but at the same time, it's really comprehensive. So just kudos to everyone, like even serving this long and knowing this information, you don't always remember it. So I just think it's really impressive. I just wish there was a way to kind of consolidate the information. Let me just focus on the positive. So it's impressive what everyone is doing. I think the school district as well as the city has been extremely innovative and resourceful in leveraging state and federal funding to maximize services to our community members. So I think that is extremely impressive. And I was very excited to hear, and I apologize, but I'm forgetting her name. She was one of the presenters, Shane. It was really, really heartwarming to hear her say that this is impressive to see the city and the school district come together through the work that she did with that group of 40 individuals. And I wasn't there. I heard some stories, some testimony, and I know there was a lot of vulnerability and a lot of information shared, but not being there, I would just like to think that it stems from people really, really care about this community and they really, really want it to improve. So I'm just really happy that that's like a shared sentiment between both entities. Thank you.
Thank you. Does one of the school board members want to go next? We'll go back and forth.
Sarah, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation and all the hard work that you guys put into it. I am very appreciative. I know that everyone here cares about our students and their well-being and their mental health. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. I don't have the prompts in front of me, but
the first prompt is successes, and then we can we're just trying to focus on successes.
So we're all just saying successes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the fact that we're all in this room is a success.
Great.
Why are you laughing at me, kid?
Because that was funny.
Okay, Sarah Lamnin, would you like to go next? And we'll go to Ken last.
Sure. So I really appreciated the approach of the cost teams. I don't think I understood that before, and the idea that there is a real desire to match resources to student needs in that approach is very impressive. And hearing, having heard from various sources and in various ways that mental health being a #1 need in this community, based on community surveys, based on one-to-one conversations, et cetera. I'm sure you've all heard that as well. And so realizing that there's a step up on counselors in the schools this year is exciting, and that there is this focus both in the city and the school district to really address that. I would also consider a success.
Great. Thank you.
One of the things that has always amazed me, both with the city of Hayward in general and the school district in particular, is how very much this city and this school district deeply does care about its residents and its students. And that's something I've observed for a long time. When I first started teaching here, I committed myself to 4 years, and here we are 30 some odd years later. And it's because I couldn't help but think tonight, if this was any of the surrounding cities that are around us, I don't know that they offer these things. I was dumbfounded the first time I sat down with Chen and she told me what all the district does. And this was prior to COVID. And now all of these things, these services that we offer, are just swirling around us all the time. And sometimes you're not even aware of it until you see it laid out on paper tonight. So that is a success story. The programs that we have for districts, other cities that are trying to accomplish what we're doing, they would be looking at us with envy, I would think. So that's the success, is that we do have all these services that we offer. So Chen, my hat is off to you. And to who does it for the city? Emily, is that you?
Emily, yes.
Yeah, way to go. Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, I'm going to go backwards this time. So Ken, you get to start this time, and you get to talk about opportunities. Where might we improve?
Well, I can really only speak for the school district, but something that really strikes me, and I don't know how many times tonight I heard both from the attendees and from people on the panel saying, especially elementary. And what I feel, because my realm of experience is largely with secondary and older kids, and what I can't help but notice, and this was true when I was teaching, and this was true before COVID, is that there's a mentality that takes over, I think, when a kid gets into high school. Their families and teachers sometimes pretend to treat them as little adults. Like all of a sudden their needs aren't as important as anymore. Now they're expected to do this, and this, and oh yeah, and you're in charge of all your your younger brothers and sisters, And I just want to say a word that I don't know if you see it that way, Chin. Maybe you see it differently, but I would like to see some things that are especially geared toward that age, because at a point when they're ready to step out into life and they need the most guidance, I think some of them find that there's not much there for them sometimes.
Thank you. Sarah Lamnon, I think, was next, if I remember who was going in order.
Sure. So I want to build on what you were talking about, Ken, because I wonder if there's also sort of a continuity in that I feel like we look at the adult things, as you said, the jobs, the careers, that tends to focus on the older students, my perception. And then there's these components, as you pointed out, that are really focused on the elementary. And in the same way that some of those elementary needs are still happening for middle school and high school, I think there's an opportunity for career awareness in the elementaries and even in the Ks. And I say, and I speak to the the career awareness piece, because I think it has a huge component of sense of self, of well-being, of mental health, of applied learning, and feeling that sense of self-worth, et cetera. So it's one of the opportunity areas that, and this sort of bleeds into question 3, sorry, Kelly, this, how we can work together on our pipeline. I think there's a real opportunity there to help students know their value from early age all the way through.
Thank you. Now, Sarah Prada. I got both Sarahs in the group, but that's okay.
Who needs that PCH? So I think like one of the places that we need to start is making sure that basic needs are met. And that's something that we really saw with this pandemic, is that you're not going to have a healthy like mental health if you don't have a home, if you don't have food, if you don't have your basic needs met. And that was something that within our city, we were hit hard. Like I've said before, that our demographics, we have essential workers. We had families and residents already living below the poverty rate. And so if you pile on the pandemic, it's no wonder we have such a mental health crisis within our city, within our schools. And so I would really like to see us partner on doing more of the, for example, with the Eden, oh my gosh, Eden, Sarah, help me out.
Eden United Church of Christ.
Oh yeah. So they did the tiny homes for the 18 to 25, and I was able to take a look at the land and everything, and I know that it's part of HUSD land, but one of the things I was thinking about is just really doing an assessment of the properties that we own, and where can we expand on this project? Can we have, you know, TK to 12 housing for families, and many, you know, because a lot of our families went through the pandemic in their cars, and we don't even have parking, you know, and for some reason, we weren't able to open up the high schools to provide a refuge for unhoused families to shower, rest, and charge their devices. And so a lot of this builds on top of the mental health crisis. And even though these students and these families have their kids back in school, they're still dealing with the fact that they're probably going to lift this, we'll see, you know, in October, the rent. And we're going to have a whole nother wave of children who are going to be facing a crisis. So how do we get ahead of that? How do we work together, you know, as representatives in the city to protect our most vulnerable, you know? Because I'm happy that we have the counselors, and that I'm very happy that we have a budget to increase our counselors at our school sites, but they are overwhelmed, and nationwide we have a shortage, you know, just like we have a shortage of substitute teachers, we have a shortage of counselors and people who are going into this field to be able to help this crisis that we're facing. So we really have to be innovative on how we can get ahead of the situation. How can we work together? How can we assess the programs that we have, assess the resources that we have, assess the land that we have, and see how we can get ahead of some of this that's coming down the line, and address what we already have to face us today. I don't know if I followed the question guideline, but.
Well, that's okay. You kind of bled into opportunities for partnership, but that's okay. Well, that's okay. It's cool. Councilmember Marquez, sorry, I'll say Elisa, since we're in small group, we'll be a little less formal. Opportunities or challenges that we're facing.
So I agree a lot with Trustee Prada's comments. I appreciate your passion and your heart, and it's real. You know, we don't have enough therapists. We don't have enough of a lot of stuff. There's a limited amount of resources, time, energy, and I think almost everybody's at capacity. You know, I can't even imagine what life is going to be like when we go back to meetings in person. You know, lot of us have full-time jobs in addition to council and serving, and just bringing back the commute is just like, how were we all functioning before? So there's just a lot of anxiety coming to like these nuances and change. And COVID has impacted us in so many ways. And I agree with you in terms of the basic needs, but because there are limited resources, I feel like we need to take a step back pre-COVID, a year or two before COVID. And what I've always felt is an unmet need across the board in any community. I truly feel anyone that struggles emotionally, any challenge, it's due to a lack of something, right? There's a void, there's an unmet need. So trying to figure out what is that unmet need and how can we connect that young person, that family with that unmet need. Is it a mentor? Is it a brother? Is it a father figure, mother figure? We don't know, right? Every person has different needs, but we don't necessarily need the therapist. We just need more mentors. We need more partnerships. So looking at those resources, I think will help. It's not going to resolve, and people still need counseling and support, but I think it'll minimize some of that need. So I think we need to be a little bit more resourceful and expansive and figure out how can we tap in. We have amazing community leaders that have time and energy to give. And what we learned through COVID is it doesn't have to be in person. Maybe it could be a bi-weekly Zoom with a young person. What are your goals? What do you want to work on? If it just takes one person showing an interest in a young person to change their life. Figure out how to find that matching, that pairing.
Great.
I don't know if I answered the question, but that's
no, that was great. Opportunities / challenges. Yeah. And then now you guys get to brainstorm and you get to talk and think big. How else can we partner with each other? And I would also open up to Emily and Chin as well, just given that they're on the ground. And I'd love to kind of hear where they think there's additional opportunities for partnership, where we might leverage all of your leadership to bring some ideas forward. So I'll open up.
Can I jump in? Because I wasn't sure if it was appropriate, but at least I was going to say, hey, can I connect you with a kid? I mean, I feel like if I love what you're saying, and if there's interest, I will find you a kid. So I think that that's just an exciting idea. I'll take you up on it.
Great. Okay. Who wants to kick off? What else can we do together? Who wants to kick off brainstorming?
So I'll jump in. Although I totally want to hear from Chin as well, and other thoughts from Emily as well. But I want to not lose something that I heard both Ken and Elisa say, and I think leads to also this thing that Elisa just pointed to, is that there is this huge bucket of stuff that is available to our communities, and if somebody is struggling, I know we've done a ton of work, as was talked about in the presentation, about trying to find a no wrong door kind of approach. And I wonder, and not being as on the front lines as I used to be, I'll put this out there as a question. Is there more work to be done to make it easy for families to access the services? I take your point, Trustee Parada, about the there may not be enough. There may be some unmet needs for sure. And is it easy to access the services that we do have? Kind of that question comes to mind. And I think in that is what Elisa alluded to, is there may be some untapped resources as well. People who would be willing to do job shadowing, be a friendly voice, kick in for a new pair of shoes. What are those things?
I don't know. We're not going in order anymore, right? I guess I did come up to you anyway. I think that one of the things that would be really, really great for us to do, at least in the district, is to make our hub, the hub, a bit more family friendly and accessible, and have direct services. Really look at the structure itself and what we are housing in the hub now, and how can we make sure that we have more of a friendly presence, and then in direct services. So our family engagement specialists are really our experts on linking our families and our schools and our resources together. So they're kind of like our front line, our front line and our experts at each school site. So they have the list of like resources that are available in the city, within the district, within the county and such. And so they're a wealth of information. And I know that a lot of them have been looking at the hub and saying like, it's not being used to its full potential. And so I really feel like we should work together to see how we can, I mean, like, I feel like that's something like tangible that we can work on as a project, and that will have a huge impact on our families. For example, one of the things that came up in this past year and a half was, like I said, the needing food, needing toiletries, needing resources, and several of our family engagement specialists went out, got donations, got grants, got different things, and set up like drive pickups and donations. I think something that would be really great to have there would be to have like a store somewhere where the family engagement specialists could come and get stuff for their school sites, but also where there would be no shame in shopping, for families to go get what they need, take it home, and just to know that this store is open to them, and that it provides things that they may need, and there's no process of like, having to go, I mean, I'm trying to say like taking the shame away in a sense. And then another thing is technology. We have learned that it's a good tool. We're dependent on it. And we've totally restructured like how our kids access education with technology. So making sure that we have a strong presence at the hub for families to go and get technology like assistance. Because we did have issues with going back in person with kids and technology, parents uploading kids, onto the portals and stuff like that. And so there's several different things that like we could almost easily fix by restructuring the hub and making it just more family friendly, having our counseling services house there, and like a warm room, warm environment, having an assessment house there. And, so I think that is a project that could be really, really beneficial, for our families to have that.
I agree with every bit of that. And I would say you could even expand it. There are other needs that you mentioned, food, and of course that's vital, but also things like clothing, school supplies, things like that in your little store. Someone would have to run it, of course, and I think it's a great idea. And there's plenty of property there on that site, so it just needs a structure of some sort. So maybe that's a way we could work together and have something like that built at that site, because it is the hub. Yeah, and we want it to stay that.
And I'm just going to throw an idea, even leveraging that for some of the toy drives that I know like our police and firefighters do, there being an opportunity, then families can come there and, pick up a few gifts for the holidays if they need them, or, there's just, not forgetting. I know we have lots of ways that we provide gifts out into the community, but also just, if people know that the hub is the place where they can go to get resources, they look there first.
I'm doing some renovation in my house here, and I have donated so much stuff to the Echo Thrift Store. I thought many times, taking clothing and well, no kid would want to wear what I wear, but just you know what I'm saying? People donate stuff. That could be a site they could donate.
What I like about that idea is it's more integrating the community, right? Because I do feel, as much as we say we partner, and it drives me crazy, why do the police officers have a toy drive and the fire? Can there just be a city toy drive, and they come to the school site and everyone's there, all the different organizations,
there's this turf stuff going on that kind of needs to stop.
And it's
we're not helping the situation.
Yeah, and it's easier to, like, if we had, you know, a couple of days, couple of locations. I know that people really had to keep up with us trustees for back to school supplies. We were all doing back to school supply drives, different days, different locations, different whatever and stuff. And so it's and I'm looking to reach out to different organizations, just putting it out there, to do a mid-year back to school supply drive, because a lot of our kids, you know, by the time we get into that second semester, after the winter break, they're out of the notebooks, they're out of the pencils, you know, they're out of a lot of materials, and
their graphing calculator, or got lost, or
everything. And so, like, everyone just thinks at the beginning of the school year, but by the midway, you know, we need to re-up their supplies and make sure that they are able to have the stuff that they need.
So that 30 minutes went really fast. That was 30 minutes. I was like, we're not going to have enough time to fill the whole 30 minutes. Any last ideas? I think I've got enough to report out on, but at least we've got one very concrete idea. But any other brilliant, and Sarah, I apologize, Sarah Prado, we didn't get to dive deeper into your question with Dr. Young, but I'm sure she would be happy to sit down and kind of walk through all of that process with you. I know she'd be happy to do that. So,
and I'm going to orally respond to Dr. Emily Young. I am happy to partner with the young person, because I was nodding, but I realized there's an interpreter. So my voice is saying yes.
Great. Any last comments before we exit here and go back to the main?
So on Councilwoman Marquez's mentorship program, I would really love to see some of our, like, an outreach to our Hayward businesses. I know Hippies Brew has shown interest in doing a mentorship program, and they hire a lot of our HUSC graduates and not even graduates, some of our HUSC seniors and juniors and such. So I think, like, you know, really reaching out to some of our business community and our community leadership, and getting input from experts who are out there, like I feel like the Village Method, Fixing Crowns, are two organizations that are dear to my heart, and predominantly focus on our unhoused, foster, and Black students. So I think it's really good that we identify our experts. You know, we create this like mentorship program is an excellent idea, and I can see it impacting both, like, you know, the schools, the students, and then, you know, also when they go out back into the city, it circles right back. So I'd love to.
I think it just comes down to everyone wants to belong in Hayward. Everyone wants to belong. We gotta figure out how to make them know that.
Make the connections. Yeah. Okay. Everyone needs to leave this meeting, go back to the main link, and we'll see you in hopefully 30 seconds or less. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So just if anybody needs translation or interpretation, remember, you can first start off when this is now launched. And so you should see the globe now and select English or Spanish. And then if you need to call in because your device doesn't have this, you can call in. So para esta reunión, si usted está participando para Zoom, usted pueden buscar el globo que está por aquí para escuchar. Si no tiene el acceso al globo de Zoom, llama para escuchar la reunión a la línea de interpretación en español. Así que esto es el número de teléfono. All right. And so again, just to open it up, here are some prompts if you want to share, start with successes, move to opportunities, and what else we can do together. But I know Councilmember Wahab had a question that she kind of saved for the small group. So however you want to begin is fine.
Okay, I'll just kind of start off. I personally think that this particular group is, for me, is priority, because that at the end of the day, kids go to school so they can learn, they can, be high functioning members of society and so forth. So for me, this is the priority of schools as a whole. I would like to see more metrics across the board, you know, when we're talking about science and technology and engineering and things like that, because the 21st century jobs are literally that. That is the biggest concern that I will have. As far as, you know, pretty much the majority, if you go to the slide that, if you could kind of go up to the circle slides, the pie chart. Perfect. You know, it's disappointing to see this slide just because, you know, regardless of what grade you're talking about, it's almost as if the majority is not met. You know, 30+% in every single box. You know, that is concerning. And I will say that the school to prison pipeline is pretty much, you know, the flag that dictates that is roughly, you know, second and third grade. You know, these are all the stats that are out there. I'm not saying anything new. So I would like to see what else can we be doing? Where are we focusing on? Where are the holes? And I know that this last year has been difficult, but you know, these stats are from 2017 to 2019. So that is concerning.
Actually, I'd like to share a response to that and then ask Jayanti and Lindsay to share from the city perspective, because yes, this data is disappointing to see, to say the least, and alarming. But this data is, it's almost too late at this point. What I mean by that is kids' literacy gets developed from birth to, you know, 8 years old are the critical years. So half of the time the literacy gets developed, they're not in our schools yet, but they're in our city, right? And I'm not sure how much, so we have programs like around the homework center. So I'm not sure how much around our early childhood literacy we share among the two organizations. And that might be an area to think about based on what you're saying, Councilmember Wahab, about like, yeah, where's the data we can look at that really will have an impact early on? And it is that early childhood data. So, you know, Jayanti and Lindsay, again, just putting it out there, I'm not sure what sort of data you get to see, but this is an area that may be worth discussion and worth a next step in. Because you look at this and it's, you know, third grade, this is going to be a hard trend to reverse once they're in third grade scoring at this level.
Exactly. And all I can hear right now is our community partner, Executive Director Renee Hirschfeld from 4Cs of Alameda County right now. It all starts when the baby is in the womb, reading to the baby in the womb. You know, to Dr. Wayne's exact point, you know, we have to start the intervention services as early as possible. Access to books. So, you know, one of the things that we wanted to do in these breakout rooms is talk about some successes. Let's talk about some of the things that we might be able to build on that have been successful for us. So in regards to early childhood development piece, Hayward Public Library has robust partnerships with First 5 of Alameda County, 4Cs. We leverage backpacks for story times. We teach parents how to engage in reading to their children. The backpacks are full of board books, instructional materials on how to actually read them. We actually have virtual reading circles that we adapted during the COVID pandemic, which have been absolutely phenomenally successful among the community. We did it in alignment with 7 school sites, as well as the downtown and Weeks Branch Library, so overall to the city, where we were targeting families from the early childhood development ages up until the 2nd grade level. So kids were coming in their PJs, parents were sitting behind them. We have trained volunteer tutors that have gone through 15 hours of literacy support services that have been developed through California State Library and our adult literacy program. Training tutors from Cal State East Bay who are becoming teachers through the MAST and MESA programs, who are just making reading become fun again. I think sometimes what we have to do is, and with the libraries, at the heart of the library, it's not just saying you have to read at this level, it's making reading fun and accessible to families. So how we can get the materials out there. So one great example again was the virtual reading circles. We provided over 100,000 minutes of reading exposure to students that would have thereafter not had exposure in a tutoring program during the pandemic. That was a big deal. I also heard one of the council members and board members mentioning the math literacy. We had nearly similar statistics for the math literacy support concepts and practicing the basic fundamental math skills. Our after-school homework support centers, it's an innovative partnership between the City of Hayward, Hayward Public Library, since 2010, when I began work with the City of Hayward. And it's a beautiful alignment of the after-school homework support center, adult literacy services, where we are focusing on the whole family, not just part of the family, but the entire family. To Dr. Wayne's point, we have to reach the kids that are in the 3rd, 4th grade level at where they're at right now in the program, to be able to support them with where they're at with their reading, comprehension, mathematics skills, all the different academic concepts here, and be able to build off of where they're at and provide them the resources. Now, in the earlier years, so when the kids are attending the after school homework support center, which is available 4 days a week, 2 hours each day after school, we're able to really, embed that individualized attention in the K through 12, 2nd grade levels, to embed the skills that they're needing. I'm not going to go into too much more detail about all the logistics of this, but this partnership, we are servicing thousands of students on sometimes a one-on-one individual ratio, or at most a 4-to-1. That's a big deal. So, to our conversations around collective impact in our ability to enhance services that maybe the school district, we're partnering with what YEP does, but instead of doing a 30-to-1 ratio, we are doing a 4 or 3-to-1 ratio, sometimes 1-to-1. So it's just continuing to build upon that.
So I just want to state this for this piece of it. I appreciate all the efforts, and I know that Hayward Unified is going, working on this, and it takes time, to Dr. Wayne's point. But one of the things I do want to say, something that I have seen, and I am just for reference, I am the cousin that is the one that is used to yell at people for not, taking care of things, doing their work, cleaning up after themselves and so forth. I personally think that if we are analyzing some of the curriculum / the programming at the schools, if it does not have significant, investment in actually the education piece, that could potentially be utilized as, do we really need this or not? The programs that you mentioned, I actually do question how many people utilize this, especially as you mentioned, the parents. Parents have the biggest role to play in a kid's life. That is the honest truth of it. And if they're busy working, are they really utilizing the services that we have after school and so forth? That's another concern I have. But I think that we are being too soft on some of the things, and reading in the womb is great and so forth. But kids are listening to languages the entire time as their parents are speaking, as the TV is on, as this and that. It is not really that. It's the structure of the environment that they are in, and the discipline. And I don't think that is emphasized enough. I'll be honest with you, as a kid, reading's not fun, but what are we doing to have the carrot and stick approach? And I genuinely think that is missing here.
Yeah. So I'd just like to pop in and say something about this whole approach of reading, and it is, you saw the statistics, and yes, we do aim for the early, the preschool period, but that doesn't mean that children are not able to learn, they're not able to catch up, and we do play a huge part in that. So, for example, one of the big things in the last, in recent times has been talking of the summer slide, that when children are out of school and if they don't read, they slide. And this has become very, is being talked about in schools a lot more now. Libraries have been doing summer programs for the last 75 years. We have been so aware of this need, and we do make it. And, I beg to differ. The reading is fun, and it can be fun. And our goal is to make it, to inspire, and really to engage the children and the families. And we do this read, sing, play. Make it so that children are enjoying it. Parents also need to enjoy it. Parents need to enjoy their children, not just the reading concept. You don't have to read to a child to make them become readers. So that's sort of what we do, this dialogic method of reading and all of these different things that we engage parents in. Science, we do a lot of science type of programs. And I'll give you an example of a recent pilot program we just did is we partnered with Robotics for All. This is a group that started in Palo Alto and now is international. And thank you, Mayor Halliday. But what we did was, we did this coding and robotics class for third and fourth graders. And we had these kids come in and they were working with these $200 kits where they'd come and make robots, and every day they made a different type of robot and they were being taught coding. And one of the things we felt very strongly about is typically Robotics for All will give the children this 1 week of training and then they go away. But the next group comes and uses the same kit. But at Hayward, we really felt our children don't have as much opportunity as, say, kids at Menlo Park or Palo Alto do. And we felt it was really important for the children to be able to take that robotics, $200 robotics kit home. Because when they do that, they continue to learn, continue to use it, and the whole family has exposure at that time, the brothers and the sisters and the parents. So really looking at this in a very holistic way. And I'll stop. I get really excited about these things, but we really are trying a lot of new programs. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think to Councilmember Wahab's point too is this is something we just talked about, actually, literally, Dr. Davies and I talked in a meeting about what's then the data around these programs, right? Because there is a lot of doing, a lot of activity, but what's the impact around that? And so you don't need to answer that one now, because I see, why don't we go to Councilmember Salinas, then we'll go to School Board Member Buffetti, and we'll give Mayor Halliday the last word, although hopefully we'll have more time than just that. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And if reading isn't fun, then it's then we have to defer to our good friend Pablo Freire, where he says it's got to be relevant, and then it'll be even fun, and of course liberational. But anyways, some of the things that has worked historically, and I have to one of the reasons why I joined this particular group is and it comes at no surprise to see Mr. Garcia on this call, and of course Lindsay on this call, because I have to acknowledge my co-creators of Words for Lunch, where out of the Hayward Promise neighborhood, 7 years ago, I guess, or 8 years ago, we drew up a plan to go solve the summer reading lag with doing live read alouds and structured read alouds with kids from kindergarten to 6th grade during the summer months. And then of course we attached food to it, which was and I think if there's anything that we learned with Words for Lunch is it is one, we distributed a lot of books. One, we had a high level of participation, but I think most importantly, we saw an incredible high level of parent participation, consistently. I mean, there was one summer or maybe 2 summers where we had 3 sites simultaneously, where all 3 sites, I mean, we saw, 50, 60 parents at each site. And so there's, good, strong models, do work. But I think one of the secret ingredients, I think that we've done successfully here in the city is partnerships. Hayward Promise Neighborhood is just one, and I'm not going to go too much into that. Everybody knows I work for Hayward Promise Neighborhood. But one of the programs that has come out of the Hayward Promise Neighborhood and the city of Hayward and 4 Cs is the Hayward Early Learning Network. And that's where we get programs like Kirby that was born. So, we have the ingenuity, we have the creativity, we have the innovative thinking. We're not absent that. So I think we do have those, that pool of talent. Lastly, and I'll just make this short comment, one of the things that I like to see in a lot of programs that we launch in the city and in the school district and at Chabot and at Cal State too, are often short-term funding, right? And we need to start thinking about institutionalizing these successful programs that really work. And one program in particular that I think we should institutionalize, even if it includes all 4 academic institutions, Cal State, Chabot, the school district, and of course, the library, the city of Hayward. But we should really focus on universal transitional kindergarten. You know, if we can guarantee every child, just like what Lindsay was saying, if we can guarantee every child before they get to kindergarten, you know, relevant, rigorous, and robust curriculum and instruction and reading and books, and you know, and in particularly when school's not in session, to go back to what our director of the library brought up. I think the school district does, you know, despite all the data that we just saw, the school district does a good job at educating kids, you know, teaching them how to read, write, and compute, you know, by the time they get out of, you know, 6th grade. But it's what happens when school's not in session, like in the summertime, winter break, spring break, weekends. That's where I think, where the city can step in, and we've seen successful models. So.
To Councilmember Salinas' point, just one couple sentences here. I think a big thing is accessibility, and the library is providing accessibility. The SOAR app. Every Hayward Unified School District student can use their student ID number. They don't even need a Hayward Public Library card to access ebooks and e-resources. The Bookmobile, bringing the books into the communities, as our director had mentioned. You know, transportation is a huge issue for a lot of the families. So bringing the resources into the communities. To what Councilmember Salinas mentioned, we brought the actual programming into the parks. We were literally set up in the middle of 1 million apartment complexes, and we would ring a bell and all these families would come down for the Words for Lunch programming. So it's essential that we are not only just doing it at the library. To Councilmember Wahhab's point, you know, there's a lot of parents who are working 2 or 3 jobs and don't have time to get to the schools. Well, you know, we're really good at offering community services on the weekends and the evenings through Zoom. You know, the COVID pandemic has actually brought to life a lot of other accessibility, you know, using Zoom platforms for English conversation circles, adult literacy support services, going to other community locations where people do congregate. But the after school program services are for the kids that the parents can't help them. So having a tutor be able to be there as a, you know, a support system. So I just wanted to you know, really point that out, the accessibility.
That's helpful. And Councilmember Salinas prompted a thought, but I'll save it for kind of as we wrap up, because it could be a real concrete next step. But Mr. Buffetti?
Yeah, you know, I think my biggest interest in attacking this is making sure we hone in on kind of the major issues kind of at play, and kind of what I got out of that presentation and from the one Mr. Garcia presented a couple of months back was really focusing on getting more one-on-one attention for our students and addressing that, focusing on intergenerational literacy issues and making sure that we service the entire family. And the other one was, as already been mentioned, is getting resources to people, and which we can accomplish with the Bookmobile. So I really kind of want to get our attention a little more focused on finding those key issues and what we can do to continue to support you guys and tackle those issues via those problems. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention too is, you know, I know that we are in these silos kind of focusing on these specific issues, but you know, there's going to be tons of overlap of, you know, equity issues, you know, such as like, you know, dropping the library book fines and whatnot. So finding ways where we can still address those, you know, kind of outer issues that are within the other silos to help support our issues and our cause. But that's what I'm most interested in. So.
Yeah, Halliday?
Great presentations, and you know, I'm glad to hear that robotics thing worked out. I know I was in on the early stages of that. And I agree with Councilmember Wahhab about the you know, the importance of the science, you know, math science part of the curriculum. It occurs to me, just as we have had difficulties or comments tonight about language, and you know, we're really talking about English and Spanish, and you know, Spanish is spoken by a lot of people. I think most of us should try our best to learn some Spanish, and but we have a lot of other languages spoken at home in this district. And but the thing is, you can't really learn unless you can read, at least in some language. And we're in an English speaking, a lot of the materials, I mean, in this day and age, and certainly with the electronic tools we have, are there ways to help kids who are not proficient, who do not speak English at home, to learn about some of the, to do some of the other learning in their own language while they're trying to, hopefully they are trying to learn English and catch up in that way too. But can we use, even if we have to invent some of them, the tools we have available today to help, because to me, that may be one of the biggest problems we have. And we tend to think in English and Spanish, but there are a lot of other languages, and what happens to those kids? And I worry about that. And I think that we know if they're not reading, and I think that probably means reading English at the third grade level, in the third grade, they're going to have a lot of difficulty in the rest of their course of education. And we just can't afford, there are probably really bright kids in that category struggling. We know in my era that kids had dyslexia. That was not recognized when I was a kid. And I think that held a lot of students in my age group back, because it just wasn't recognized. And you read about that now, that people, now realize they had it. And I think we need to look at this language thing and see if we can do more to help these kids that don't, that aren't growing up learning English at home. They will learn it eventually, but in the meantime, we can't afford to let them get behind.
So if I can just add, sorry, one more thing, that's one of the ththings also about our community, where we're talking of a large immigrant population. And it is, again, it's hard to say, okay, well, you came to this country and you're a 6th grader or you're an 8th grader, and we missed catching you in those early preschool days, and we're not going to do anything for you now. So that's not the way we work. And just a couple of tools, we do have to depend to some extent on some of the online tools, because we don't have people that speak every language in our libraries or even in every classroom. So we have, for example, something called tutor.com at the library, where you can log on every day, every afternoon, and it goes till late in the evening, because we know teens especially like to work in the evenings, and you log on and you work with the tutor one-on-one, and they do it in multiple languages. And so you go on and you say, I have a statistics question, you meet the person, and you get a trained live tutor. You have a whiteboard, you can talk. I was recently talking to a group of Silicon Valley executives who are trying to set up exactly this program, where they will be tutoring, and we are seeing if we can do a partnership with the library for that. And they will be getting volunteer tutors who speak different languages. And we know that there are many, many executives and people in Silicon Valley from different backgrounds who speak different languages, who want to help. And so they come, and exactly what Councilmember Wahab was saying, they come with that strength in science, technology, STEAM, and they really, really want to find this way to bring, raise our whole community. So we're really looking for ways to do this. The Robotics for All group has a tutoring for all, exactly similar thing. And so we're really looking into different ways that we can do more of this one-on-one outreach and partnering students with the exact language and appropriate tutor that can help them. So this is something that's still in the exploring stages, but we're definitely looking at that.
I do want to highlight, I'm on the CAASPP website, and I'd like a better breakdown in structure as to where is the gap. So for example, for mathematics from grade 3, 4, and 5, these students that have been processed throughout the years and followed, standard not met level 1, it goes from 39%, it drops by like a percent in the grade 4, and then grade 5, it jumps to 50%. So right there, I would like to know like why. Same thing, it in language, it actually goes up. So it increases, and the drop of standard not met drops from 44% to roughly about 39%. So there is something positive there. Mathematics, I will say, you don't really need to know English to fully understand mathematics. We know in many, many countries, they're far better than us at math. But I will say that there are after-school programs, for example, Forward, which I have mentioned before, run by a Black man who literally quit his job as an engineer to train other young men of color in mathematics, engineering, and tutoring. If we do have programs like that, and from what I hear, I will just say that they have stated multiple times, different nonprofits, that it's very difficult to get the support that they need from HUSD and enter the system. I would be very interested on the city level of knowing some of these orgs and seeing if there is some type of resource that we can provide, whether it's grants, one-time pilot projects, something in collaboration. But an organization like Forward, led by a person of color with a degree in engineering and so forth, focusing on young men of color in particular, I think is valuable and something that we should be looking at as well. And to the mayor's point of language, I will be paying very close attention to how Afghan students are being treated regarding Pashtun Dari and so forth. And there's significant strides that we have to make, but I'm dedicated to seeing how we can potentially fund some of this programming. We have the CDBG grant funds, but the city can potentially partner with the schools to get additional funding around education as well, in my personal opinion.
Thank you. Since it's 8:54, man, the time has flown. I'll just send in the report out. I think that was the point. You just said it, and Councilmember Selena shared as well. We do have models to build off of it, and I do feel like the Library Homework Center is an example where 2 + 2 = 6, or maybe 20,000 + 20,000 equals a lot more bang for the buck than the 40,000, because we each contribute to that program. But then it creates a lot. So I think we're, and now, I mean, we're in an interesting situation. We have an ongoing deficit, but we have got an influx of one-time funds, and the city has gotten funds too from the
development block grant.
Yeah, and so I think we can look at where those opportunities where a joint investment will reap more than just if we individually, go with an organization or start a program. So with that.
And I do just want to highlight one point. Culturally, when we talk about equity and diversity, there are a lot of cultures that will not allow their children to leave their home. I know I grew up with parents that said, basically, you can invite friends over, but you're not going to somebody else's home, let alone outside and so forth. So I really want to be sensitive as to not everyone can go to the library. Not everybody has transportation or babysitting. So I just want to be very clear about the types of programs we're going to start creating.
To that exact point, Councilmember Wahab, we have pivoted to hybrid model, in person and also Zoom. So you can do it from the comfort of your own home. Now that the school district has, been able to match every student to a Chromebook in a computing device and working with the MiFi. That is something that we've taken in.
And we'll have time for some, so I'll do a brief share out of our key points, but then you have time for comments and when we come back. But so we now head back into the main session. Nice to spend a little time with you. See, and this is Councilmember Wahab. This was the point of the smaller group. You did get a much more sustained conversation, but
yes, no, I appreciate it.
But I'm sure we're all missing like, oh, what did they say in the other groups? Because those are important too. So we'll find out. All right, I'm ending the meeting for us all.
Thank you.
This was the meeting.
I know, I think we may be staying here. Is that Ms. Rodriguez? We stay, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think we do, right?
Yeah.
You're good. And folks are wrapping up, so they should be re-entering.
April and Gabriel, while you're here, we're waiting. Have we ever thought of having a mental health nurse that goes around schools dealing with mental health issues? Is that ever been discussed, or did we ever have one?
I don't. This way, Dr. Wayne, did you hear that question?
No, I was just kidding in.
Have we ever had a mental health nurse that would go around schools, that would go to the library, that would go to held juveniles, and that would I mean, you know, it's a mental health, and is that one way to possibly deal with that particular problem?
Yeah. So I don't know that we've had mental health nurses. Yeah, they're usually dealing with the physical malady.
Right.
We have increased our used our funding from like the relief funds that have come in from the COVID relief funds to increase counselors, social emotional learning counselors. I don't know that we've hired everybody. You know, we have a major personnel. It's hard to find people, but I'll share that with Associate Superintendent Shinwu Fernandez, because if we have some vacancies that we haven't been able to fill, if that's in the same milieu, we can look and see if that's a support. But man, finding nurses right now, it is difficult. We hired a few more and we have some vacancies to fill.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add to that? Because something just came to mind while y'all were talking about that I know the county used to offer a mental health triage program, and anybody could be a part of it. And I don't know if that still exists, but that was when I was working with youth before I was working here at the community college, that I had been a part of that program. So maybe that's something we could look at, and that anybody on our team across the district could be a part of that. It wouldn't have to be a nurse particularly.
I think the other group just came back in as well. So I think, you know, we talked in the literacy one, how there's a lot of overlap. So clearly there was overlap in the equity, anti-racism one with mental health as well. And so with that, I think we'll, our Ms. McAdoo, should we just, we do our report outs and then we open it up for board and council member comments, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go back and we're going to have the reports, the report outs, and we'll have then we'll have opportunity for council member and board member questions or comments. And then hopefully we will still also have time if we have more public comments. And so I would really ask everybody to be as concise and brief as possible so that we can get all of that in. And I'll turn it back to our breakout reporters.
Dr. Wayne, do you want to go first, or you want me to go first? Or
go ahead. We can go in the order it was listed. So the equity and anti-racism. Or if you want to go first, that's fine.
No, equity's fine. We'll go first. We'll go on.
I think Ms. James, you're reporting out.
I will be, yes. Thank you, Superintendent Wayne. So from the equity and anti-racism group, some of the successes, bright spots, or early wins that our participants identified were the GEAR program at the city for an opportunity to increase discussions of equity, and the Community Services Commission's work acknowledging the history of Hayward and making recommendations to council, recognizing different holidays like Juneteenth, our public safety work, the Ethnic Studies Board policy and the partnership with the Moekma Ohlone people, so expanding and growing successful programs like Puente, to two important policies like the ABAR training and the ethnic studies policy. Some areas for improvement were adding equity as a component in the development review process, growing and expanding programs like YEP, Junior Giants, and our work with the Chamber of Commerce to help support youth. And then an opportunity for improvement, or I think it was a challenge, was some of the friction that comes with these conversations about anti-racism and how that's actually a sign of change, but can be difficult to face and be courageous around. Another thing that we talked about, of course, was the collaboration opportunities. The Equity Oversight Committee at the district was mentioned, and using the equity assessment that will be developed there in partnership with the city to review new projects and programs, using HLAC as an opportunity to check in on equity, making an effort to explain what an equity lens means and communicating it to our community and our organizations so that everyone is able to use the same language and understands what we're talking about. And then continued training and workshops on equity in informal spaces, in informal language, and bringing community leaders to lead those trainings in different languages.
Thank you. And social emotional learning and mental health.
Great, thank you. So in terms of successes, really just kudos for the comprehensive set of services that are being provided by the district and the city together, and how innovative and resourceful the two agencies have been at maximizing resources. Just the fact that we're all here in the room together having these conversations, I think there is a lot of appreciation for that. And then just an acknowledgement of how deeply the city and the school district care about our residents and our students and want the best, and trying to figure out how we provide the best services possible. A lot of opportunities focused on, mental health doesn't come about if you don't have basic needs being met. And so really like thinking about how do we provide and make sure that our basic services and basic needs are being met for our communities. And then also just, that there's just not enough therapists, social workers, counselors, and everyone's feeling a little bit at capacity. Also, there was just an identification of, how do we create a spectrum of services to meet the different needs at different age ranges at the different school sites and levels, and really provide continuity of services along that spectrum. There was a couple of good suggestions or ideas that came out. One is really doing a more comprehensive assessment of our HUSD properties, looking for more opportunities to partnership on the tiny homes project, maybe even creating some safe parking areas for homeless families and students who might need support or a place in the evening to even allow for safe parking on school campuses. And then really, assessing whether there's more work that needs to be done to make it easy for families to access the services that are there. And then a big idea that came out from our group was, how do we really make the hub more family friendly and really sort of transform that service center so it's more like a family service center. Maybe you have a store there where families can go and get school supplies, clothing, food. It's a place where they can connect with the family engagement specialists. It's sort of a more direct service center at the hub. And then also like a technology, like there's a IT help desk there. If families need help with their technology or access, that there's some provision of that there. And then, really thinking about how do we stop doing multiple things? Like, why do we have multiple toy drives during the holiday season? Why not have just one citywide toy drive? And the hub serves as the spot where families can come to access. And then also looking at a mentorship program as another way to provide resources. So those were the ideas that came out.
Thanks. And the literacy and academic support, I'll kind of say 4 key points and what I think the question that came out of each one. And so one is, just that we do have a lot of programs that are supporting students' literacy and academics. And, how do we know that they're working and it's the best investment, right? And asking ourselves that question. And then, so key, the importance of starting early, right? The data that we saw that is distressing is 3rd grade data, but it's 8 years before that. It's the 8 years before that count. And so we shared, how do we coordinate that early learning support that is necessary? You heard some good examples how the city is working with families, before they enter our school. So how do we strengthen that? 3rd, definitely heard the key point about we serve a diverse linguistic community and a diverse community in general. And, we see the disproportionate outcomes for our Black students, our Latino students. And so what kind of programs really target those students? And then just ending, like, how can we leverage our investments? And, similar to what I think Ms. McAdoo group was saying is like, we invest in various programs separately. We have examples where we've invested together and those combined resources actually reap more than just each individually what each organization contributes. And so kind of another question to consider as we move forward, working together to improve the literacy skills of our students in our community. So Mayor Halliday, Dr. Kenda.
Okay. We're going to offer, so I'll ask board members, council members, if you want to make a final comment. I'm really going to try to, let's try to keep comments to a minute. So I see Councilmember Wahab.
Definitely. One, I just want to thank everybody for being here. I know, so I want the public to understand that this is our second joint meeting, full body. It does take, we're still kind of learning what's the best format for ourselves to kind of toss up ideas and discuss these things. I do think that we need to kind of shrink kind of our focus and maybe have more focus groups and breakouts. I will say that the reason why I am the most interested in literacy and just the education pieces, to me, that is the whole point of going to school and trying to become a, citizen that basically, or a resident that can have a job, be sustainable, support our community, have thriving families and careers and so forth. I do think that the data is not as transparent as needed. I also think that we need to keep an understanding of the diversity that we do have. It is Blacks, Latinos, of course, the wide variety of differences of how people come to this country, socioeconomic. I'll be honest with you, I have been very frustrated to hear that it is second language learners. I am a second language speaker myself, and that is not necessarily a reason that these people can't learn. So I do want to say that, I personally am committed to seeing what the city can invest in, specifically after school programs and tutoring. And that's really where I think that the investment should be made. The comment I made in our group is not everybody can go to the library. Not everybody has Wi-Fi. Not everybody comes from those opportunities there. So we need to kind of see what we can do inside the home. And I believe in conversations in the past with Ms. Prada, as well as Dr. Okenda, in fact, housing is probably one of our biggest concerns, stability of housing, not only for our teachers, but for our students. And that is something that I know that I will be working on from the city's perspective. So thank you.
Thanks. Do you want me to go ahead and just call? Okay, Trustee Prada.
Thank you, Mayor Holliday. I am thankful that we are all here. I would like to ask that before this month ends, if date on the calendar and have it be within this next 6 months. I think it's important to have consistency if we're going to really tackle a lot of these really big issues that we have. And so if we can put that on the calendar and just have a bit more consistency, that would be great. Also, I agree that we need to we had some great ideas that we were able to put out there, but there was no ability to make an action plan. So there is no ability to have follow through. There's no accountability. There's metrics or anything kind of in place. It's like, this is a nice idea to have a lot of great, bring out some great ideas, identify some issues, but we really need to spend more time talking about, how are we going to make an impact? How are we going to start today to change our students' lives, our residents' lives? So I would love to see a little bit more collaboration in the next meetings and also in the agenda making and such, and making sure that we do have more space to really get to some solutions and also have more community input, because really those are the people that we are serving. And so the little bit of time that we heard from them, it isn't enough. I would love to hear from more community leadership. I would love to hear from more of, honestly, like I said, in our group, the family engagement specialists are the front line for us, connecting community, school, and resources and such. And so they are such a wealth of information that I feel like, having them present could be beneficial, too. So I'm probably over my minute. But I just want to say one more time, with mental health, we can't just address, our kids' mental health without, also addressing their basic needs: housing and food and safety. So that's something that we say like over and over and over and over again, but we really need to put in some actions on how we're making sure that we're addressing that and their okay, I'm done.
All right, Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give my profound appreciation to everyone here tonight. I learned a lot from everyone and just really happy to be a part of this community. It's inspiring and just encourage us all to do our part. We're already doing our part by serving, but we can all give a little bit more and encourage people to lend a hand to a neighbor, a young person that's struggling. We all have the ability to make an impact in someone else's life. So I encourage us all to do that. And that includes our community members as well. I'm also looking forward to seeing some of the ideas implemented in the future, and just really appreciate everyone's time and energy, and just ask that we continue to focus on one Hayward. You know, we're one community, so it's really, really important that we continue to operate in that spirit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. I really appreciate those comments, Elisa. We are one Hayward, and I agree. I learned a lot tonight and appreciate all of the work that went into this conversation, as well as everybody's participation in the conversation. And wanted to take just 30 seconds to find out what our staff's thoughts about next steps. You know, there are a ton of work plans happening in the school district, in the city, and there are some concrete ideas that came out that may be complementary to those or may help redirect those. So is there a thought about where do we go from here?
I think we will probably sort of convene a sort of staff debrief from this conversation with the group that did the presentations this evening. I think look at some of the ideas that came out, match them up with some of our respective strategic plans, planning documents, see where we're, you know, sort of where we're headed. Obviously, Matt and I have not had a chance to talk through this suggestion, but then maybe we do within like a month, a sort of follow-up report from, you know, from the two, from myself and from the superintendent to the board and the council, just says, here's kind of what we heard, and here's where we're already doing these things, or here's where we think we'll continue to work and continue to report back. So I don't know if the superintendent wants to, I just put that all together in a very short time frame. So we'll see if he has any feedback on my suggestion.
No, well said. Yeah, I think follow-up is definitely merited.
Appreciate that. And of course, HLAC might be informed to hear that, but that's great. I really appreciate that plan. And I'll just add and ask to the community comments. We heard that it's possible to get the slides translated, at least into Spanish, and published in the materials, you know, on both of our collective websites. That would be great. Thank you.
All right, thanks. And I'm going in order of the hands raised. So Councilmember Zermeño next, then Councilmember Andrews, then Trustee Buffetti.
Thank you all for doing this. We need a lot more work to do. We need to do more of these sessions. So let's do more of these sessions and make sure that we don't take too long a time before we do the next one, whether it's Zoom or unzoomed, but we need more of these. And they're very important because they're all for the benefit of our youngsters. And at last count, we had something like 20,000 of them. So let's keep at it, please. And one last bit of news. Happy National Hispanic Month. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to confirm we do have Hayward Leadership Advisory Council meetings, and we do meet the city, the school district, and HARD, and we meet quarterly. And I do think that it is really important that the community understands that there is a space that these three entities meet on a quarterly basis. And so if there is something that the school district could possibly do, or the city, to get that information out to the community, so they don't think that this is the only space where these discussions can be had. And then also each representative from these entities, we usually talk about what's going on from the staff's perspective, but maybe it's an opportunity for us to look at these work plans and see how we can attack these issues, because the space is already there. And then there is opportunity for public comment and for the community to be part of that process. So I do think that staff on both agencies should revisit that space, since we already gather there. And then people who are not appointed to those boards, they should be communicating what items they think should be addressed through that appointee. And then also feel free to come and be part of those meetings as well by participating if there's any breakout sessions within those groups as well. So I just want to remind the community of that there are other meetings that happen between these two groups.
Thank you for that. Trustee Buffetti.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of share out what I'd shared in our breakout room, but I think what I'd really appreciate is maybe a more focus and granularity on the specific issues at hand and attacking that, maybe like with a multi-pronged approach. And just for example, like with literacy is getting that attention down to that one-on-one, addressing intergenerational literacy issues and resource access. So when we do see all those resources in those presentations, kind of identifying exactly what we're addressing and not just literacy as a whole, but the issues that are attached to it. And then also appreciating the amount of overlap that we have in this work. We did go into our silos and talk about our specific topics, but understanding that we will need further overlap and collaboration with everything else. And I think equity is a great example that'll be intertwined with both issues simultaneously. So really appreciate all the presentations today, but I really want us to really focus specifically on what issues we can and then identifying the metrics to achieve success there.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody. It's these meetings are necessary, and I think it's good to on a every so often we huddle up, we define where we need to go next and what we need to do next, and then we move forward on that. Just one observation, and I think which was which brought a lot of happiness to me, at least, is while looking at the presentation from staff at the beginning of the meeting, and then of course looking at the and participating in the discussions in my group, we're doing a lot of work, right? We're not reinventing a lot of stuff, and there's and I think we've been able to achieve what we have been able to do because of partnerships. We have broken down a lot of silos. We couldn't get program. I mean, think about the library. The library was the attempt to break down the silo. I mean, we call it a library 21st century learning center because we wanted to sort of get out of this traditional box of a library. But anyways, my point is that collectively as a city, I think we have done a lot, and I think we've invented a lot. We've been pretty innovative over the last several years, and I think it's something that we should all be proud of. And we certainly we're not starting new. We certainly have a base that we can move from. So great job, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks. That's the last hand. So I'm now going to turn it back to Ms. Rodriguez, who will continue public comment. And given the time, I think we do have to limit it to 1 minute this time, but let's hear from the people who do want to speak.
Great, thank you. Our EIT will amend the timer. Thank you, Leanne. We have 4 hands raised presently: Isabella Raymond's dad, Ana Navidad, Tammy Rosell, and Hilda Garcia. I'm going to unmute the line for Isabel and it disappeared on me. Raymond's dad.
Yeah, I want to say that I was really excited and looking forward to like participating and being involved. And for us basically to waste this entire meeting, and it kind of really felt like a bunch of politicians grandstanding and doing a victory lap and not really addressing anything that we're going to implement moving forward. And I want to thank Sarah Prada for at least saying something, at least addressing something to, hey, are we even going to use this to address or listen to any of the community? Like I'm super offended that I kind of feel like this was literally just a propaganda piece for a bunch of politicians, and they took over our whole meeting so that way they can act like they're doing a victory lap. Like everybody in our breakout group was laughing the whole time. How are you going to be talking about racial inequities and you're giggling? You know what I mean? Like that's super offensive. And I was really super excited to really work. Y'all are bummers, man. And I'm gonna be honest, city council, I kind of expected this from you, but the school board, this is about our children. You feel me? You guys using this so y'all could grandstand. I'm offended. And that's all I need to say. Keep my other minute.
Thank you. Ana Navidad.
Yes, Ana Navidad again. I just wanted to bring up to your attention the magnificent work that Puente is doing. I know we mentioned about having a special programs for our kids, and I can tell you Puente at Bret Hart, it's amazing with our teacher there, Miss Johnson. Hayden always excited to bring books. The library being open. Thank you for opening the libraries again. My kids looking forward to going to the library every time. They always make us feel welcome. I appreciate it. And I also wanted to say that I appreciate having this meeting. I learn a lot. You all are there. I appreciate it for all your time and effort. I love to meet again soon that you guys will have this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tammy Rosell.
Good evening. I just wanted to say that I am very disappointed as the first speaker that you didn't include the public. You didn't ask us anything. It's always a parade. And Hayward, the city of Hayward and HUSD basically remind me of rebellious teenagers. I want to know when you're going to grow up. Right now, you have wisdom when you apply the knowledge that you have, and you can't even get the knowledge to apply it. What are you doing for homeless families? We're ignoring real issues that exist. We're ignoring families that are hungry on your streets. You build parks so nobody wants to sit in it and homeless don't feel comfortable to lay there. You can't ignore the problems away. You need to deal with it. This is your job. You get either paid for it or you are in a position of power to change it. When are you going to stop having meeting after meeting that nothing changes? You go to your house, you close your door, and everyone's problems outside don't exist. Most people have problems that you don't even know about. You're out of touch. I need Hayward and HUSD to do what you've been put in place to do. Fix these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Hilda Garcia. Hilda, su línea está abierta. ¿Me escuchas?
Sí, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
En toda esta junta han estado hablando de igualdad, equidad, inclusión, pero eso no es cierto porque nosotras las personas que hablamos español no hemos podido participar en esta junta ni en los temas que estuvieron discutiendo que también son de nuestro interés, porque no había traducción, la traducción se corta y no podemos nosotros participar. Eso está mal. También la presentación está en inglés. La mayoría de los ciudadanos de Hayward somos latinos. No sé por qué no se da el derecho de poder participar en nuestra lengua. Y otra cosa, están hablando de servicios de salud mental y a los estudiantes que reciben servicios de educación especial no se les incluye incluye, porque se están violando sus IPs y no se están dando todos los servicios que por ley les corresponde. Tienen que hacer algo, por favor, ya que pare todo esto. Gracias.
Gracias, señora Quesada o Torres. No sé quién está hablando.
Do we have another speaker?
All the panelists need to select English, please. A reminder on your globes on the toolbar to select for English.
It keeps changing.
Please. Thank you, Senora Quesada. Mayor Holliday and Board President Dr. Oquenda, I did call out the 4 speakers we had at the beginning. There are 3 additional hands. Please let me know how you'd like to proceed.
Yes. 3 additional hands. I'd say let's go ahead and hear them, but then at that point, we will stop. So.
Understood. So the last 3 speakers will be Ask Sandra, Maria del Carmen Espinosa, and Araceli Orozco. I'll open up the line for Ask Sandra. Your line is open.
Hi, yes. I just want to say how incredibly disappointed I am in how this meeting was handled. I could have dealt with not being included as a community member, but if you guys were actually doing work, I literally sat in the racial inequity work group and literally it was just anecdotes that were completely pointless and patting each other on the back, how great they feel, how much work they're doing. There are kids in our schools that have to deal with slavery games. There are Black Lives Matter issues going on. Asian American hate. We are dealing with kids that are suffering and you guys are laughing and giggling. That is shameful. And you guys are not honoring our kids. You're not honoring what that work group was supposed to be. And that's what happens when you close out the community. I'm so disappointed. I was really excited about this, but what I saw in the equity group and racial group, I mean, again, if you guys are laughing, giggling, and feeling good about it, you're doing it wrong.
Maria del Carmen Espinosa.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, at the JCPenney's event, there was, all of you guys were there, all of you. And I specifically spoke to Mayor Holliday regarding the homelessness and all of the stuff that's going on the corner of Hesperian and Tennyson in that shopping center and at that, at the car wash. Well, nothing has changed, Mayor Holliday and Mrs. Lamnon, you were writing down all her notes. Why hasn't anything changed? There's still all the homelessness that's going on right there. And then you guys say, oh, let's support our local business. Well, guess what? The homeless are bashing in the windows of the local businesses. Our kids have to watch that. We, the tenants, the people, the community have to be afraid because you got people walking around with clothes, without clothes, screaming out loud. What do you want us to do? What, Mayor Holliday, what do you want us to do? Because it scares our children. This is all about our children.
Araceli Orozco.
Yes, I'll be quick. I'm also one of the community members here that is kind of disappointed. I didn't hear much of a action plan, and just to sit here and hear this meeting. I know it's information and everything, but it's not really solving the, trying to solve the situations. I was sitting on the academic breakout group, and there's like no commitment onto like what are the metrics that are they going to use to make sure that whatever programs that they're implementing are working. And can I please, can you, all of you, set up maybe a month so that I could feel that this meeting was worth it, of next time when we're going to be having another meeting like this with meaningful agenda items that really addresses our community needs. So maybe if you could just give me a month, you know, within the 6 months, you know, to say, okay, well, our next meeting will be in this month, then I will go to sleep even.
That concludes public speaking for this session. You have the floor, Chairperson Mayor Halliday.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to, I do really appreciate everyone's comments, and I do think that we will take them to heart and going back and planning our next meeting together. But I want to also just comment on the enormous amount of work that is being done now, both by the school district and by the city in helping our students. I think, you know, that it is heartening to hear about, you know, the work that is being done by people who really, you know, obviously care about our students, you know, both from the city and from the school district. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Okenda for final words here.
Yeah, I just want to echo, thank you, Mayor Halliday, for that, and agree that, as Aisha, Councilmember Wahab said earlier, you know, we're still kind of learning the ropes with this. This is our second meeting, so just appreciate all of the feedback we received from all of the council members and trustees, along with the public, about how we can shape a more productive and fruitful meeting next time. And something I know that we've done before is have some joint town hall meetings. So perhaps that's an approach we can take for getting more substantive community input before, because as you can tell, you know, you've all been very gracious, not having a lot of time to speak, even with the 7 council members and 5 trustees here tonight. There wasn't a lot of space for all of us to share. So just trying to navigate how we have meaningful discussions and everyone gets a chance to contribute. Of course, hearing from the public with the 2 public comment sections. So yeah, we'll definitely take all of that to heart as we prepare for the next one. And certainly we can make that happen where we're doing 2 meetings a year. So thank you, everyone. And thank you all for your hard work tonight. And we will adjourn just a few minutes late. Thank you.
Dr. Okenda, real quick.
Yes.
I would like to ask if our city manager and Dr. Wayne, if one, you know, the goal when I requested this was to have quarterly meetings, number 1, and number 2, if maybe we can push out a survey to the community as to the projects or the topics that you guys just covered, and get feedback more open worded in open comments, if you will. So how do you guys feel about this? What are the concerns here? These are the programs we have. What do you feel about them? And then provide a little bit more feedback and context for us as council members, since we are a little bit stepped back from these pieces. And maybe then we can have a little bit more robust conversation from direct feedback from the community. Just a thought, but I think that would be helpful, and it would allow more time for the community members to state their opinion as well.
We can discuss that during the debrief, staff debrief, and then the superintendent and I will discuss with the mayor and board president when we debrief the meeting as well, and figure out what next steps might look like, and what the next meeting will look like.
Thank you.
And just a reminder for council members to reconvene on Teams for the closed session once we leave here. Thank you.
And so once again, April, go ahead. This meeting
is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Good night.